Once again, pleasant morning to each and everyone. May we request those at the back who is actually done with signing up themselves. May we request you to settle down as we were about to start this activity for this morning of Afp Cybersecurity Summit 2023.
Yes, so marami pa pong bakanting upuan dito sa harapan. Yung mga nandyan po sa likod, you may proceed dito po sa mga bakanting upuan. Yan po ay para sa atin at para sa atin lamang. This Cybersecurity Summit is for all of us.
Sir, actually, we're so glad that we do have other stakeholders as well as other part of the government who is actually with us for this event, right?
Yes, welcome po sa ating mga government partners, yung mga industry partners natin, other government agencies na andito. Welcome po sa ating Cybersecurity Summit.
Especially, sir, we would like also to thank our sponsor who have been with us, or rather who would be with us for this 2 days event of the Afp Cybersecurity Summit 2023. Again, for those who are not yet still with us here, please join us here in front so that we could start the program. For those who were already done with signing up themselves, you may do so to settle down as we are about to begin the program. Thank you very much. Uli po para po dun sa ating mga kasamahan na mga dumalo sa araw nito na nandyan pa po sa likod kung tapos na po kayo mag-sign up. Amin na po kayong inaanyayahan to be with us here on this hall as we were about to begin this activity for this morning for the Afp Cybersecurity Summit 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AFP Cybersecurity Summit 2023.
Recording in
With our
progress.
theme, Securing Critical Infrastructure, Safeguarding the Backbone of our Digital Society.
May we request everyone to please stand for the invocation to be led by Colonel Harley B. Flores, Chaplain Service General Staff Corps, the Deputy Chief Chaplain.
United in the spirit of knowledge, vigilance, and protection to celebrate the Cybersecurity Awareness Month and to commence this AFP Cybersecurity Summit of 2023, we come before you, O Lord, with grateful hearts for the gift of wisdom and the boundless potential of technology, and let us pray. We invoke your presence, O Lord, to guide our discussions and endeavors during this momentous occasion. In a world increasingly connected by the digital thread, we seek your blessings to safeguard the cyberspace that has become the integral part of our lives. Grant us, O Lord, the strength and the determination to fortify the walls that protect our digital homes and the networks that bind us together. May our actions during this summit foster collaboration, understanding, and innovation in the realm of cybersecurity. As we embark on this journey, we ask for your grace to empower us with the knowledge to identify threats and the wisdom to devise solutions. May we be vigilant in the face of ever-evolving challenges, and may our shared commitment to cybersecurity lead to a safer, more secure digital world for all. We also extend our gratitude to those who tirelessly work to protect our digital landscape, the guardians of the virtual realm. Bless them with courage and resilience as they stand at the forefront of this battle. Finally, as we celebrate the Cyber Security Awareness Month and convene this inaugural summit, we thank you for the opportunity to come together as a global community. May our efforts today contribute a brighter, safer, and more secure future for generations to come. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please remain standing, and with pride and honor, let us sing the Philippine National Anthem.
Ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
We may now be seated.
Once again, welcome to AFP Cybersecurity Summit 2023 with the theme Securing Critical Infrastructure, Safeguarding the Backbone of our Digital Society.
And now, to give us the welcoming remarks and subsequently introduce our keynote speaker, let us all welcome the Commander, CAI's Service AFP, Commodore Marcos Y. Imperio, Philippine Navy.
Parang malawag ka. Lobot mo sir. So,
A pleasant morning to everyone. First, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our visitors, key personalities who are here with us this morning. First, our keynote speaker, whom I will introduce formally later, the Deputy Chief of Staff for C4ISTAR J6, Major General Eric Nicanor. Thank you very much, sir. And also our Ambassador to Heaven, Colonel Flores, the Chief Chaplain, AFP. And also, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our director of the cyberspace under the office of the Department of National Defense, Director Christine June P. Carino. Ma'am, thank you very much for coming. And also, I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Major General Ramon Proganan. Sir, thank you for coming, sir. And the other flag ranks and general officers are here with us this morning. The commander of the AFP Health Services Command, Major General Edgar Cardinosa, sir. Thank you. The commander of the Headquarters Service Command, General Arevalo. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. And also the commander of the Army Signal Regiment, General Papa. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Brigadier General Agtoto, the Chief of Corps of Professors. Thank you very much. And also the Chief of the AFP Systems Engineering Office, General Papera. Sir, thank you very much for coming. To all the officers from the major services, from the Philippine Navy, from the Philippine Air Force, and Philippine Army who are here with us, and also from the Philippine Coast Guard, Philippine National Police, and of course from the Civilian Bureau, from the National Bureau of Investigation who are here with us this morning, and also from the Philippine National Police. And all our industry partners, all the participants for today's AFP Cyber Summit, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Armed Forces of the Philippines has long acknowledged the cyberspace as the fourth domain of warfare due to its growing importance in modern conflict and national defense. In recognition underscores the impact of digital technologies and information systems as nations' security, economy, and infrastructure. As such, cyberspace as a domain highlights the need for a holistic approach to national security. One that includes not only physical defense, but also the protection of digital assets and information. This recognition reflects the evolving nature of warfare of the 21st century, where information and technology plays a central role in conflicts and national defense strategies. Hence, we give utmost importance to cyber defense, as highlighted by the Department of National Defense being one of the agency's major trusts. And likewise, our Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of the Philippines, General Romeo Browner Jr., Philippine Army, underscored the importance of further developing our capabilities on cyber warfare, for it is a great equalizer. Hence, the AFP has put a premium on the enhancement of the country's cybersecurity as part of the government's goal of modernizing the Philippine territorial defense. However, the cybersecurity is not just a technical issue. It is likewise a behavioral one and involves people, processes, and culture as much as it is about technology. While many might associate cybersecurity primarily with technological solutions, it's important to recognize that it extends far beyond the realm of computers and networks. Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility and needs a holistic approach, one that includes not only physical defense, but also the protection of digital assets and information through awareness and education. We need to develop a positive cybersecurity culture within our organization and the society at large. A strong cybersecurity culture is characterized by a shared commitment to cybersecurity principles, awareness of cyber threats, and active participation in protecting digital assets and information. Hence, we organize this event to embark a journey to educate our personnel and further our knowledge on how to properly address the pressing issues surrounding the protection of nation's most vital assets in an increasing interconnected and digital world. In this two-day activity, we are honored with the presence of a distinguished group of experts, leaders, and innovators in the field of cybersecurity to share their insights and experiences on how we can secure our digital infrastructure to protect the backbone of our digital society. This morning, we are graced with the presence of our undersecretaries from the DICT to give us updates on the National Cybersecurity Plan 2023-2028, which is a crucial framework for ensuring the protection and safety of our digital frontier. Likewise, we have our esteemed ICT industry partners to discuss various topics on technology, processes, and procedures to ensure that our cybersecurity posture aligns with the global best practices in safeguarding our critical infrastructure from an evolving spectrum threats, both physical and digital, that will help us enhance our organization and national cybersecurity stance. With that, on behalf of the cyber family of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, I warmly welcome everyone today to the AFP Cyber Summit 2023. And allow me also to give my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to our stakeholders, our resource speakers, and subject matter experts for giving us their precious time. And as we delve into discussions and presentations throughout this activity, I encourage everyone to engage actively and foster collaboration. The success of mission depends on the synergy of our efforts, uniting the public and private sectors, academia, and government agencies. Our goal is for this summit to give us not only the knowledge, but also a renewed commitment to protect the backbone of our digital society. Our mission is clear: to secure our critical infrastructure, ensuring the continued prosperity, safety, and resilience of our nation. Once again, welcome to this Cybersecurity Summit. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat. And now I will now proceed to the most honored task this morning of introducing our keynote speaker. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with a great pride and honor to introduce our distinguished guest of honor and keynote speaker on this opening ceremony of the AFP Cyber Summit 2023. Our keynote speaker, our very own Deputy Chief of Staff for C4SR Systems, J6, Major General Eric Espinas Nicanor, Philippine Navy, is a true cybersecurity luminary, known for his excellent leadership, unshakable devotion to national security, and profound knowledge of navigating the labyrinth of cyberspace. With a career in the Philippine Navy for 3 decades, he has proven outstanding dedication in preserving our nation's best interests in the area of cyberspace, resolving dangers which have grown increasingly. Major General Nicanor held vital leadership positions throughout his distinguished career, demonstrating a true awareness of the ever-changing cyber battlefield. His thoughts and strategic vision have not only strengthened the Philippine cyber defenses, but only contributed to worldwide dialogue on cybersecurity. The significant accomplishment of Major General Nicanor have gone far beyond his military career. He has played a key role in purging collaborations among government agencies, corporate sector groups, and international organizations in addressing cyber threats, collaboratively. His work exemplifies the cooperative and shared responsibility, which is important in today's interconnected world. We are very fortunate to have Major General Nicanor, Philippine Navy Marines, share his wealth of knowledge and experiences with us as he delves into the crucial concerns surrounding the protection of our nation's critical infrastructure. His views will definitely inspire and lead our conversations during this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Deputy Chief of Staff for the C4SR Systems J6, Major General Eric Espinas Nicanor, Philippine Navy Marines, a true champion of cybersecurity and the Lighthouse Tower Times. Major General Nicanor, sir, the stage is yours. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today.
Please take your seat. Thank you, Commodore Imperio, for a wonderful introduction. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow digital citizens joining us physically here and those online, to our partners in other government agencies, to our industry partners, to our soldiers, airmen, sailors, Marines, and cyber. A blessed morning to us all and welcome to our annual observance of AFP Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which culminate in today's two-day AFP Cybersecurity Summit through the efforts of our joint cyber defense forces with the theme Securing Critical Infrastructure, Safeguarding the Backbone of our Digital Society. Indeed, as we gather here today to observe Cybersecurity Awareness Month, there is a palpable sense that this year is different, profoundly different from those that have come before. For in the ever-evolving narrative of cyberspace, our role has changed. And so too has the story we are about to tell. In years past, Cybersecurity Awareness Month may have seemed like an annual ritual, a reminder to bolster our security mindset for a fleeting moment in time. But as we stand on the cusp of this month's journey, it becomes evident that this year's chapter is distinct, for it marks a turning point, a shift towards making cyber defense an indomitable force woven into the fabric of our daily lives. In this new narrative, cybersecurity ceases to be a mere awareness and becomes an integral part of our existence. This month is not just about raising awareness. It's about instilling a profound and lasting change. It's about ensuring that every digital action, every connection, and every decision is underpinned by unwavering commitment to security and defense. As we embark on this transformative voyage, we acknowledge that the digital landscape is a dynamic and ever-shifting realm. Our interconnected world is both a realm of boundless opportunity and a theater of perpetual threats. But within these challenges, we find the seeds of innovation and resilience. In the chapters that follow, we will explore the vital components of modern cyber defense, the importance of national cyber strategy, the ever-evolving threat landscape, the menace of ransomware, to name a few, and the power of technology in our defense. We will delve into the significance of public-private partnerships, building cyber-resilient organizations, exploring increasing digital productivity and innovation for our workplaces and daily lives, and crafting strategies for incident response. Our narrative culminates in a quest to establish territorial defense in the cyber domain, which is in line with our advocacy to establish the AP Cyber Command. Just as we defend our physical borders through our sea, air, land forces, protecting our digital sovereignty is crucial to maintaining our national security to our cyber forces in partnership with our local and international partners. And as we conclude, we will recognize that Cybersecurity Awareness Month is not just a momentary event. It is a call to action. Beyond these weeks of reflection and awareness, we will carry with us the knowledge, the tools, and the unwavering commitment and networking to secure our digital realm every single day. This is the story we are about to write together, a narrative of transformation, of vigilance, and of a promise that cybersecurity will no longer be a constant monthly observance, but a constant guiding principle in the way we navigate and defend our digital world. Thank you for joining us in this remarkable journey, the journey that begins today and continues indefinitely. Muli, magandang umaga at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, sir. At this juncture, the Commander, CIS Service AFP, Commodore Marcos Y. Imperio, will present a memento to our keynote speaker, Major General Eric E. Nicanor, Philippine Navy Marines, to be assisted by the Group Commander, Cybersecurity Group.
Sir Ronald, a while ago with the words of our deputy for J6, it's actually a synopsis of being oneness in combating the cyber realm that we have for this century, right?
Yes, actually, ang laki ng saklaw nitong cybersecurity na to, no? Hindi lang siya sa military. It encompasses communications, health services, e-commerce, yung ating energy, yung ating water and electricity. Ang laki, no? That is why it is very important activities such as this.
That's why really there should be oneness with the public sector and with the government sector.
Yes.
Because if we will not be one, there could be really a chaotic world in the cyberspace, right?
Yes. So actually, ang dami nating hinanda for this day. But for now, to continue, we request our keynote speaker and our to proceed here in front for our photo ops, sir.
And maybe as well request our guests and other sponsors to join our principals for the photo opportunity. Our guests, please, and our sponsors to join our principals on stage for the photo opportunity. May we request our plug ranks to be with them as well. May we request to please stand by our IT partners as well as the sponsors. Now may we request those IT partners and sponsors to join on stage. You may occupy the stage for the photo ops, so that you could all be captured on our camera. May we request those others to go on stage for the photo ops? Thank you very much, sirs and ma'am. And may we request those other guests seated to be with our principals. May we still request our principals to stay at the center of the stage for the photo opportunity with those other guests seated po. Muli po yung ating pong ibang mga guests, other officers seated to be with our principals for the photo ops. Our other officers from the three branches of AFP, the Army, Navy, and Air Force, please.
Okay, so thank you very much sa ating mga kasundaluhan, to other government agencies present, to our ICT industry partners, and sa ating mga bisita, maraming pong salamat.
So kindly please go back to your respective seats as the refreshment will be given to everyone. Again, please go back to your respective seats as the refreshment will be served on you. Thank you very much. Once again, sir, it's been a while. It's been a year ago that CSEP actually held this kind of activity.
For other guests, ang refreshment po natin ay naandun sa likod. So, pwede po tayong umikot. Andyan po yung mga ICT partner booths natin. Marami po silang mga pinamimigay libre. Mayroon po dyan TV. May mga aircon din.
Oh, so while we are having our refreshments, those others who wanted to actually roam around with our sponsors as well as with our benefactors of this event, you may do so to roam around as you will do some observation of what they're actually providing us for this activity.
Yes, and we would like to thank our sponsors for this activity.
You may do so to enjoy your refreshment. Then after a while, you may do so as well to roam around to visit the booth of our sponsors. You might be interested to have what they offer to all of us.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, open na po yung ating refreshment nasa likod. And yung mga booths po natin, pwede nyong ikutan for the technologies na meron sila.
After you did have your refreshment, you may roam around, as I've said a while ago. Then just be back at exactly 10:00 hours or 10 a.m. for the start of the first speaker for this morning event of the Afp Cybersecurity Summit 2023.
Yes, and of course, we would like to thank our ICT industry partners who are the sponsors of this activity. Fortinet Philippines,
Elbit Systems,
Bowman Technologies Incorporated,
Cisco System Philippines, and Ordnance Network Incorporated,
Citrix,
Revolve,
Your company. One big enterprise
Redenda.
where rapid growth drives innovation.
ayaw na.
But to adversaries, it's an exploitable attack surface with vulnerable
Stellar Cyber,
internet-facing
WSI,
devices, apps, and
I
cloud
Towers,
infrastructure that span
AI
your
computing.
company, including
Beyond Data.
Marwell,
Medyo yata naglalabo na yung mata natin, sir. I think it's Marcel. Para baka mamaya hindi tayo bigyan yan, sir.
oo nga, wala akong TV mamaya. Sige.
Cyber School,
ComSource,
Solutions Partner Incorporated,
MEC,
Exclusive Networks Incorporated,
Infoband,
Microdata,
Pacific,
I1, and Continents.
So thank you very much sa ating mga sponsors. Once again, pwede na po tayong umikot at yung merienda po natin, yung refreshments ay nasa likod. We will resume with our second part at exactly 10 a.m. Thank you.
even your partners. Would you know if someone was impersonating your brand, using fake websites or social media accounts to steal customer data? Whether it's intellectual property or customer or employee data, it's important to keep an eye on the dark web, black markets, hacker forums, and other places where data is traded. 40 Recon, Fortinet's digital risk protection service, can help. Powered by our AI and industry-leading FortiGuard Labs threat experts, 40 Recon provides a single solution to monitor what adversaries are seeing, doing, and planning, helping you to counter attacks early. With external attack surface management, dark web monitoring, and brand protection services, 40 Recon identifies and mitigates known and unknown exposed assets and their vulnerabilities. discovers and takes down impersonations, and uses the same techniques as attackers to detect leaked data and threats before they harm your business, giving you time to secure your brand. Digital assets and supply chain. 40 Recon, because your innovation. Ardent Networks is a premier information and communications technology distributor that specializes in enterprise solutions. We are part of the Lamco Group of companies. Known for its solid financial capacity and operational efficiency, Lamco International is the pioneer information communication distribution house in the Philippines since 1984, bringing to our business partners the wealth of the Lamco expertise and the understanding of the local market dynamics. We aim to create an equitable and sustainable ecosystem for our vendors, partners, and end users. We extend agile support to our partners by giving them solutions from various industries. We supply them with the latest trends and technological advancements in the market, the best that you can find. Ardent Networks is a community of skilled and trained individuals who work together in sharing and polishing ideas to ensure quality solutions are offered at all times. With our community of expert individuals, we ensure communication, trust, and clarity are delivered. We create an environment that promises a great place to work, and our culture for innovation inspires individuals. We can supply you with products and services that cover a wide range of industries with the bonus of smooth transactions and hassle-free deliveries. Ardent Networks is more than just a distributor. We are your partner.
The future battlefield will involve enormous number of connected devices and endpoints, transferring sensitive data and commands with advanced AI and autonomous capabilities. Multi-domain network combat is already here, and it is revolutionizing the way modern armies operate. But there is a catch. Data revolution and digital transformation also makes us vulnerable.
President Trump AWOL, the biggest cyber attack in our country's history.
When combat systems are being targeted by nation-sponsored agencies, the next attack can happen by surprise, neutralizing your critical assets. giving your opponent the upper hand.
Something strange happened.
Elbit, a market leader, keeping those critical systems safe from cyber attacks. Introducing CyberShield. CyberShield is a holistic cyber solution for the digital army, protecting tactical endpoints and communication protocols, network sensors and smart weapons, all the way to field headquarters and stationary command posts. CyberShield takes care of the internal cyber risk. CyberShield is designed and built to be deployed within the network and on every connected device. CyberShield easily integrates with your C2 applications and monitors your tactical protocols. Cutting-edge holistic solution built by cyber experts with one goal in mind: secure the modern battlefield. Elbit Systems CyberShield. Protect your weapon system.
It's more important than ever for businesses to have razor-sharp customer focus, especially in a time where change is apparent in customer expectations and increased market competition. You need to work towards building a complete 360-degree customer view. In doing so, you deliver a unified cross-channel of customer engagement. Radenta Technologies Incorporated raises the bar for business. We help build a customer-focused culture by breaking down barriers to help you in your digital transformation. Transform with Radenta today.
La cyber security è un elemento che ha un forte impatto sulla vita reale dei cittadini. Quello che abbiamo appena visto è un attacco a un'infrastruttura critica e abbiamo visto cosa può succedere, generare un blackout attraverso un'azione di spear phishing. Si è inoculato un malware, che è un software malevolo, che ha preso il controllo di tutta una serie di sistemi che agiscono sulla parte fisica di erogazione dell'energia e ha messo in blackout il sistema. A Leonardo sviluppiamo piattaforme di simulazione di questi scenari per addestrare gli operatori e per calcolare i profili di rischio.
Now moving on with our activity for this morning. Before we start the program or this activity, may we introduce ourselves as your master of ceremony? I'm Mr. J. Jalala.
Yes, and I am Ronald, but you can call me Ferns.
Okay, so sir, it's katukayo pala talaga tayo, sir. Kaso nga, I really prefer to be called J.
Jay, akala ko R1 tsaka R2.
Oh, pwede naman, sir, maging R1 at si R2. Again, we wanted to welcome, by the way, for those who are still outside and actually part of this activity, may we request you to settle down. And for those who actually are still eating, you may do so to continue your eating of your food while the presentation or our speaker is having his presentation.
Yes, kasi mag-start na tayo sa ating first lecture.
Okay.
To talk to us about National Security Plan 2023 to 2028. Yes, okay. He is actually a professional electronics engineer and an ASEAN engineer. He is currently the director of the Cybersecurity Bureau under the Department of Information and Communication Technology, DICT. He has more than 30 years of professional experience, of which 15 years have been devoted to the government service, specifically with the national standards body, Bureau of the Philippine Standards of the Department of Trade and Industry.
He was a technical manager of SGS Regional Headquarters, where he shared his expertise on information security management systems, standardization, accreditation, certification, testing, and compliance to international standards as ISO, IEC, ITLI, among others. He has earned a bachelor's degree in electronics and communication engineering and master's in business administration.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the Director of Cybersecurity Bureau, DICT, Engineer Jose Carlos P. Reyes.
A big round of applause for him, please.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Yeah, first and foremost, a safe, secured, and pleasant day to everyone. We would like to thank the Armed Forces of the Philippines, specifically the Communications, Electronics, and Information System Services. We have familiar faces, so from the OTR, OTS, si Director Christine, so tayo na naman. Si Director Jel from DOJ, tayo na naman na nakikita. So I guess it's really a common interest and advocacy for us. So for everybody's information, just to give you an update of the National Cybersecurity Plan, it's still with the Office of the President, and hopefully it will be signed within the next few weeks in time for the National Cybersecurity Month, which is October. So let me present to you the latest draft of the National Cybersecurity Plan. Okay? To give you a backgrounder, Republic Act 10844, which mandates the Department of Information and Communications Technology, is tasked to formulate the National Cybersecurity Plan, or NCSP. The first edition of the plan was published in 2017 and was forced from 2017 to 2022. The first iteration of the plan laid the foundation for much of the DICT's work relative to cybersecurity and cybercrime. However, responding to the cybersecurity incidents, I believe you have heard in the news in the past few days about the PhilHealth Medusa ransomware. Our team have not yet slept for the past 3 days relative to this one, and hopefully we'll be having the system up within the week. It's quite a tedious work, though it's been affected for a few weeks now. We have been addressing such issue, including that of hopefully there's no personal identifiable information, which would somehow address it again with the National Privacy Commission. So with this, the cybersecurity incidents efficiently still requires improvement, and there's much work that needs to be done in protecting our critical infrastructure. For us, it's critical information infrastructure, or we coined it critical infrastructure. Thus, under the new administration of our president, and amid the exponential growth in cybersecurity incident, a new plan, the NCSP 2023 and 2028, is being finalized. This National Cybersecurity Plan is the sub-plan of the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. It aims to improve basically our digital economy, electronic commerce, by strengthening regulatory frameworks in the areas of transparency, privacy, cybersecurity, among others. We have these 3 visions in mind when we crafted the National Cybersecurity Plan. The visions enumerates three collectively desired goals for securing the nation's cyberspace. Number one is trust. It's the most important factor in digital economy and e-commerce. You could not be trusted unless otherwise you are secured. You could not say that you are secured unless otherwise you are trusted. I have seen some logos in other government agencies. Segue lang, when I was with the SGS, ang aming motto ron is, we do not sell service, we sell trust. It's the most important thing right now. We need to trust each other specifically in terms of information sharing relative to cybersecurity. Trust is the most important factor. As mentioned earlier, distrust of cyberspace limits investments and affects a digital economy. The second one would be security. It refers to the protection of assets in cyberspace. These assets include both intangible and tangible assets. Admittedly, not all assets can be fully protected from an evolving landscape of threats, vulnerabilities, and threat actors. The adoption of risk-based approach is required to effectively secure information assets in cyberspace. The third one would be reliability. By including reliability in the vision, it becomes apparent that the nation's goal to develop an ecosystem of quality information and communications technology products and services delivers as advertised. There should be a mechanism to be established to monitor and ensure the reliability of our country's products and services, catering to our cybersecurity needs, going towards a cyber resiliency. The vision as the goal of the three desired outcomes are supported by strategies to achieve them. The first outcome is cybersecurity policy frameworks to be strengthened. Your Department of Information and Communications Technology, as the lead agency for cybersecurity policy and implementation, shall ensure that the implementation of existing laws, rules, and regulations related to cybersecurity and cybercrime need to be monitored and enhanced. New legislative measures shall be endorsed to Congress to create an improved enabling environment for cybersecurity. We have a pending bill right now called the Critical Information Infrastructure Project, which would somehow alleviate our concerns in terms of protecting our CII. Our strategies include empowering the National Cyber Interagency Committee, or the NSIAC, as the convergence point for implementing cybersecurity policies, strategies through the implementation of existing cybersecurity and cybercrime laws, and proposing new legislative measures to strengthen it. The second outcome would be the state and its people in cyberspace are protected proactively and secured. Our national position in cybersecurity must therefore acknowledge that cyberspace is indeed the domain of national defense, and security as state-sponsored, terrorism, and criminal threat actors operate in cyberspace as well, not only to exploit our weaknesses, but also to subvert our political and democratic institutions. The following are our strategies to achieve the desired goal of this outcome. We need to secure and protect critical information infrastructure, institutionalize a well-defined network of computer emergency response team, adopt a zero-trust architecture, security policy for government and the private sector, standardize cybersecurity processes, controls for all relatively important CIIs, develop and advance capabilities for attribution by cyber attacks, enhance the country's cyber defense capabilities, of which we would be partnering with the National Defense, Partner with digital online platform, not only to battle online harms, but to address misinformation campaigns. And lastly, but not the least, expand multilateral and bilateral international cooperation relative to cybersecurity. For the third outcome, the cybersecurity workforce, for increase our capabilities, there is a critical gap among cybersecurity professionals in all sectors, not only in the Philippines, but around the world. There are no cybersecurity professionals or experts which are jobless right now. And it's really, the pay is so much. To give you a good example, we have been a training ground for cybersecurity professionals, and after 6 months, they'll be leaving our offices in spite of a little perks with the government. You see, with the DICT, we have this extra pay called the Magna Carta for scientists and engineers. Though, again, most of the private sector had been offering so much, even threefolds the salary. So our problem right now is to have a good program for our retention in terms of our human resources. So capacitating our workforce and closing the skills gap in cybersecurity is therefore an important strategy in achieving our vision. Providing equal access to cybersecurity education to the marginalized sectors is a contributor to promoting cybersecurity. Opening opportunities to majority of the citizens will potentially increase the number of cybersecurity professionals in the country, which will improve cybersecurity culture and institutionalize a cybersecurity organization both in the private and the government. The different overlapping areas of cybersecurity wherein various government agencies and its instrumentalities are mandated to strategize and implement plans in cybersecurity. This National Cybersecurity Plan will clarify all our delineations of functions for us to have a synergized activities and programs. The policy areas also map directly to the strategies outlined in the PDP 2023 to 2028, where cybersecurity plays an important role. Since cybersecurity is multidisciplinary, many of these policies, including the mandate of the different government agencies, sometimes overlap. Different agencies are therefore expected to also coordinate with each other in implementing policies and strategies in these shared areas. The National Cyber Interagency Committee, which is being chaired by no less than the Executive Secretary and co-chaired by the DICT Secretary and the National Security Advisor, shall be the convergence point for all government agencies in implementing these policies. Through the NSHAC, conflicting policy issuances between government agencies shall be addressed and shall be served, being the contact point of all cybersecurity activities in the country. For our specific activities, there would be monthly reporting of cybercrime and cybersecurity incidents. The Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center shall be tasked to coordinate with all government agencies to gather statistical data on cybercrime, to include those gathered by the national, local, or law enforcement agencies, including the National Bureau of Investigation, the Philippine National Police, and of course our partner, the DOJ Office of the Cybercrime. Meanwhile, the National Privacy Commission shall collate statistical data and reports related to data privacy in the country. The ICT Cybersecurity Bureau shall be charged to gather all other cybersecurity-related statistical data. So in this regard, we would have a common and systematic data gathering system within the bounds of cybersecurity in our country, including that for the national defense. the DICT shall also regularly publish, together with our attached agency, the CICC and the National Privacy Commission, circulars on key cybersecurity events and trends locally and abroad. This regular bulletin aims to feature statistics and reports for information of the public and the private sector in detecting, mitigating, and defending against various security attacks. Similarly, with the implementation of the NCSP 2023 to 2028, your DICT will capacitate judges, prosecutors, and law enforcement agencies on proper handling of cybercrime and digital evidence. The Department of Justice and law enforcement agencies who are members of the CICC shall lead the development of the National Cybercrime Plan and lead efforts to improve the cybersecurity and cybercrime technical knowledge of the legal profession, especially judges and prosecutors. These include the creation of a nationwide structure of cybercrime experts who can be consulted by the Philippine courts in digital forensics, among others. CICC members shall propose amendments to Section 12 and 19 of the Cybercrime Act to grant law enforcement with powers originally envisioned in the Law 10175, but with safeguards to ensure the protection of individual rights and freedoms as per Supreme Court rulings. Amendments to outdated provisions, including fines and penalties, may also be proposed. The DICT will also engage in the development and adoption of internationally accepted norms and standards. The country's presence is required in international arena to engage our allies, friends, and counterparts in a discussion for mutual benefit and respect. While there is also a tendency for events in cyberspace to escalate, it is to the best interests of the country to become active partners in promotion of responsible and ethical behavior among nations, states in cyberspace, and to engage state actors exhibiting irresponsible behavior in the internet through peaceful means. These proposed policies are aimed to solve issues such as but not limited to 1. Misaligned incentives. 2. Asymmetric information. And 3. Externalities that hinder voluntary adoption of cybersecurity measures. The goal is to create a national policy framework that will promote innovation and reduce barriers to compliance in cybersecurity. The policy shall also advocate shared responsibility between the public and private sector. The proposed laws shall apply a risk management approach in implementing cybersecurity policies and shall penalize organizations that apparently show behavior of patent neglect in protecting the respective critical cyberspace assets. Cyberspace has been weaponized to deliver two broad types of operations. As preparations for kinetic warfare and information operations to destabilize governments through subversion coercion, our national position in cyberspace must therefore acknowledge that this is indeed a domain of national defense and security. As state-sponsored, terrorists and criminal threat actors operate in cyberspace not only to exploit our weaknesses, but also to subvert political and democratic institutions. The security and protection of our critical information infrastructure are relevant to the safety of the nation by applying the use of risk-based approach in the identification of CII, monitoring compliance of DCII with cybersecurity risk reductions, regulations, and guidelines, and establishment of sectoral critical information infrastructure, computer emergency response team. The strategy is to rationalize the network of CERT nationwide define delineation of duties to avoid overlap of functions, and to clearly define the coordination and hierarchy of certs that shall act during computer emergency responses. Figure shows 2 certs, 2 computer emergency response team, and 3 securities operations center model at the national level. A computer security incident response team, or CSIRT, is also called a computer emergency response team, or CERT. Under RA 10844, the DICT maintains the National Computer Emergency Response Team under the Cybersecurity Bureau, which is officially registered in the internationally community as CERT-PH. For consistency, the NCSP 2023 to 2028 refers our CERT-PH as NCERT. The adoption of National Cyber Incident Response Model is similar to most cybersecurity incidents response model with other countries and has a resemblance to the National Institute of Science and Technology, a US framework cybersecurity framework. This model is essential in ensuring uniformity of actions of private and government organizations when addressing cybersecurity incidents. This also eases coordination of the national CERT and sectoral CERT to all organizational CERTs and facilities faster and more efficient in communication between parties during emergency situations. So we have 6 action points on this one. 1 is to identify first, and focus during this phase is to describe the incident by answering the 5 W's and 1 H. The what, the when, the who, the where, the why, and of course, the how. The question why the cybersecurity incident happened may not yet be known. At this stage, the organizational CERT shall assign a critical level to this incident. The next one would be containment, wherein it needs to mitigate the potential spread of the incident to other assets. As mentioned earlier, relative to our approach to this Medusa ransomware with PhilHealth, we have already contained this ransomware to a minimal number of machines and gadgets already. So we have been working around the clock with the PhilHealth together with our partners, with our foreign partners on that matter. The third one would be the analysis, and this stage focuses on finding the root cause. That's the very important thing in terms of analysis. The other one would be the eradication stage, wherein at this stage, the identified root cause of the issue is removed or deleted or somehow remediated. This stage is not purely technical. Some root causes can be eradicated by changes in procedures and processes, policies of the organization, such as a successful spear phishing attack against the head of a government agency, which can be addressed by changing the account credential, as simple as that one, of the user and removing email addresses of senior officials at public websites. The next one is the recovery stage, wherein we will be focusing on the activities to revert the affected information asset back to its normal operating parameters. And last but not least is the sixth one, is to learn from our mistakes and experiences. The final stage of this 6-stage cybersecurity incident response model is where documentations come in. To record learns and to review, consider adoption of revised procedures to address the needs. Controls to be implemented for future incidents. The organization CERT shall complete their detailed report for submission to its sectoral CERT and elevation to our National Computer Emergency Response Team. The DICT shall issue policy guidelines that emphasize on defending information closest to the user, such as those in the end user device and gadgets. So we make sure that BYOD, or being your own device policies, is to be present in all your organizational needs. there should be considerable shift in the information security investment and policy of the entire government and increased focus on end-device authentication, end-users device information monitoring and defense through the adoption of a zero-trust architecture security policy for all government instrumentalities. Proper guidance should be given to government agencies and LGUs to allow each to adopt appropriate control measures relative to their size and budget. The DICT Cybersecurity Bureau shall coordinate with the Department of Trade and Industries Bureau of Philippine Standards to adopt standards and framework on information security. Based on this framework, the adopted cybersecurity standards for government will be published, and DICT shall coordinate with other government instrumentalities agencies to issue appropriate guidelines relative to their organization. The DICT also, in coordination with other relevant organizations, shall develop advanced capabilities for attributions of cyber attacks. Attribution consists of 3 factors: technology, human intelligence, and analytics. Analytics is definitely necessary to correlate both technical and human sources of information. As we all know, we'll be using already artificial intelligence and machine learning for that matter, considering the situational and political information gathered through open intelligence sources. Our partner, the Department of National Defense, shall lead the modernization of the AFP cyber defense capabilities, as mentioned by Commodore Imperio, including strengthening its capability to mobilize personnel and equipment in defending our cyberspace, which would enhance the country's defense capabilities and resiliency. The DICT as well shall forego a deep and meaningful partnership with our digital online platforms to create a mutually acceptable protocol for reporting, correcting, and mitigating disinformation, misinformation, among other online harms. Our country shall pursue confidence-building measures through the expansion of multilateral and bilateral international cooperation to avoid conflicts in cyberspace. This can be done by expanding existing agreements with the Interpol, the United Nations, and ASEAN, as well as our bilateral agreements with our allies for cybersecurity capacity building, information sharing, and technical assistance. Globally, recruitment and retention of cybersecurity talent remain an obstacle, as mentioned earlier, for all organizations, not only here in the Philippines, but abroad. The World Economic Forum reported that only 46% of surveyed cybersecurity leaders in 2022 believe that they have appropriate personnel, enough skills for their cybersecurity needs. There's a critical skills gap among such cybersecurity experts and professionals. In this regard, there is a need to improve cybersecurity culture in the country. The DICT shall coordinate with the Department of Education as early as the primary and secondary levels to include basic cyber hygiene orientation in regular trainings, which we have been doing right now, and hopefully we would be cascading it all throughout the ground level. In regular trainings and seminars for all students, teachers, and parents as well. Your DICT also shall initiate national hacking competitions. We have been doing this one for quite some time. We will be sending these hacking competition winners to abroad to compete with international partners for both private, professionals, and students. The DICT shall also regularly campaign for cybersecurity awareness among the general populations. We will also assist the Commission on Higher Education in developing cybersecurity curricula. We have been doing this one for quite some time with the help of the U.S. Department of National Defense, where we had such curricula through the George Marshall School in Germany. Actually, we have been joined by military personnel and police personnel on this 1-month training in Germany for purposes of strengthening in cybersecurity. Unfortunately, we have this feedback that some of the personnel we have joined to be trained was transferred to another branch, thereby somehow, continuity of cybersecurity know-how is somewhat vague relative to the reason for that, they said, is they would be transferred or promoted to another unit or branch. Hopefully, our uniformed personnel would somehow address this one, considering the relevance of such trainings we had offered. And we are offering this one every year for military and police personnel for that matter. We will also institutionalize cybersecurity organization in the government. The DICT and the Department of Budget shall work together with the Civil Service Commission to update the index of occupation by adding ICT and cybersecurity career service positions in the government, develop the qualification standards or QS and the competency standards for hiring cybersecurity career service personnel in government, and create several separate certification pathways for career service eligibility for ICT and cybersecurity professionals. The DICT will also establish a national cybersecurity training and research center. Critical to the implementation of the NCSP is to enhance the research and training capabilities of our country in cybersecurity. All successful cybersecurity plans and cybersecurity strategies documented reiterates the importance of promoting innovation, research, and training in cybersecurity. We have a program right now in the DICT for startups, specifically on cybersecurity, wherein grants will be given to these startup companies for them to consider innovation amidst the technological advancement. For this goal, a state university or SUC shall be identified based on their capacity and willingness to establish a center of excellence in cybersecurity research and training. This center of excellence will eventually be developed to become the National Cybersecurity Training and Research Center, or NCTRC, which is aimed to be fully operational as an academic center within the year 2027. The NCSP 2023 is the cybersecurity master plan of the country. It connects to the PDP 2023 to 2028. Each agency, however, should develop their own cybersecurity or cybercrime strategy consistent with this NCSP and ultimately to the PDP. On behalf of Secretary Ivan Jan Uy and Undersecretary for Connectivity, Cybersecurity, and Upskilling, Undersecretary Jeff Ian D., thank you very much for inviting us over, and together let's build a cyberspace Philippines for all. Maraming salamat po and good morning.
Thank you very much, Engineer Reyes. A while ago, sir, we actually also roam around while we are actually doing a multitasking. Kasi syempre, as being the MC for this summit, we should also know what are the products being offered
Yes.
with connection of this AFP Cybersecurity.
Oo nga.
Kaya nakikita mo naman, sir, di ba? Tinago mo agad yung sayo. Eh, kaso halata naman ako nung dumaan eh. Kapakita na lang natin.
Yes.
So once again, our gratitude for sharing your time and your knowledge about the National Cybersecurity Plan 2023 to 2028 of our government.
Yes, sir. And
may we request again, Engineer Reyes to be on stage as the plaque of appreciation will be presented to you.
yes, sir. And we will just read the citation. Plaque of appreciation is hereby Hereby given to Engineer Jose Carlos Reyes in grateful recognition of his invaluable participation during the AFP Cybersecurity Summit 2023 as a subject matter expert on National Cybersecurity Plan 2023 to 2028, given this 26th day of September 2023 at AFPOC. Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Commodore, Philippine Navy, Commander, CIS Service, AFP. Thank you very much, sir. And once again, palapakan po natin si Engineer Jose Carlos P. Reyes. Thank you very much, sir.
So at this juncture, after we have heard the National Cybersecurity Plan 2023 to 2028, we're now giving you time to at least roam around with our sponsors so as to know more about their products that they are actually offering. Then afterwards, a lunch will be prepared to us downstairs po. Doon naman po tayo sa baba. So
Yes,
at the
okay.
moment,
So for the meantime, we will have a short break before we will continue.
so enjoy roaming around po and grab some freebies that they will offer.
And we would like to thank our sponsors who have participated in making this event possible. Fortinet Philippines,
Orbit Systems,
Bowman Technologies Incorporated,
Cisco System Philippines and Orden Network Incorporated.
Citrix. Parang hindi ko nakita to kanina.
Hindi lang natin naikutan pa yan, sir.
Okay, humanda ka.
Revolve,
Radenta,
Stellar Cyber,
WSI,
iTravers,
AI Computing,
Beyond Data,
Maru, yun pala yun.
Cyber School,
Comsource,
Solutions Partner Incorporated,
MEAC,
Exclusive Networks Incorporated,
Infoban,
Microdata,
Pacific,
I1, Microdata,
and last but not the least, Continent 8. Ba ito? Oh, Continent 8.
Okay, once again, have a pleasant morning to each and everyone. Enjoy roaming around and visiting the booth of our sponsors. And after a while, lunch will be is actually being prepared downstairs.
Yes, and we will be back in a little while. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Mabuhay ang sandatahang lakas ng Pilipinas.
Every company needs to be prepared to protect every edge, in every space, against every threat, on any cloud. Protect what matters most with Fortinet. Cybersecurity, everywhere you need it.
To you, it's your company, one big enterprise where rapid growth drives innovation. But to adversaries, it's an exploitable attack surface with vulnerable internet-facing devices, apps, and cloud infrastructure that span your company.
Hello, hello, sound check. Hello, hello, sound check.
softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
So while we are waiting for the others, let me thank our sponsors who have been so generous for this event. Elbit Systems, AI Computing, Bowman, Solutions Partner Incorporated, Citrix, Redenta, Microdata, Marobe, Beyond Data Incorporated, Stellar Cyber, Revolve, Secure, Versates, MEC Networks Corporation, Pacific, iTover Solutions Incorporated, WSI, ComSource, Infovan, I1, Exclusive Networks, So we'll be starting in a bit. So we do encourage everyone to please settle down as we will have our raffle for this afternoon before we move further with session for about other topics that we'll have for this afternoon. There's a lot of cash prizes that we will want for this afternoon. Okay? So yun po mga nandyan, pwede pa naman po natin uling bisitahin sila mamaya. Kaya kung maaari po, kindly be here with us and settle down as we will have our raffle draw for this afternoon. Then afterwards, we move forward with all the sessions that we'll have. By the way, for the raffle, so apparently the facilitator will be having it be shown on the monitor of who will actually won. It would be electronically raffled. Then afterwards, actually that's a gift certificate worth 500 pesos. Okay, there's a lot. That's not the only thing that we have to wait for. Syempre, tinitikan natin daw yung iba pang mga prizes that we have here. So, yun pa lang muna yung mga patikim natin for this afternoon.
Yes, may nakita po akong kanina doon sa parang mga Apple Watches ata yun.
Meron bang ganun? Baka mamaya hanapin nila yun, sir. Sa'yo talaga nila yun i-claim. How I wish.
Okay, so abangan po natin yan mga prizes mamaya. Magkakaroon tayo ng raffle. Okay, so ang ating mga kasundaluhan, yung ating mga government agencies and the industry partners at yung mga bisita natin na nandyan po sa likod, mangyari po lamang, pwede na po tayo mag-proceed dito sa ating harapan para po tayo magsimula na with our lectures.
Actually, this afternoon is really para bang inviting us to fall asleep. However, sabi nga, in order to protect our society, we should always be prepared in securing our cyberspace na ngayon, sir, di ba?
Yes, kasi sa evolving technology ngayon, ibang-iba na, no? Oo, sa Cavite ngayon, sa headquarters, kahit na magpagupit ka, ang bayad hindi na pera. Oh, scan na lang.
Tama, sir. That's part of the evolving technology that we have right now. Kaya dito talaga, kaya natin naman ginaganap lagi yung gantong klase ng event in order for us to always be updated of what's in and what's out about cyber security. Para at least maging prepared tayo talaga, di ba, sir?
Yes, and we will ourselves know kung ano yung contribution natin, ano yung role natin, not just on ourselves, but on the organization also.
But apparently, sir, upon saying about cybersecurity, it's not just only the work of an individual. It's a group work. That's why a while ago, with the message of our Deputy J6, it's a way of being as one. That's why we do have our private entities that or other private organization together with the government organization as well.
Yes, tama po yun. So, okay na ba yung ano natin? So, yung mga bisita po natin, nandyan pa sa likod. We request everyone to proceed here sa ating, ano ba tawag ito? Ceremonial area?
Yeah. Maybe this is actually our venue for our session.
Oo. Pumunta lang po tayo dito para magkapag-start na po tayo sa ating next lecture.
And may we request our ushers na kung meron para mapa-invite na nating pumasok dito po yung iba pa natin mga bisita na naririyan pa po sa labas. So that, sabi nga natin, sir, kanina, before we actually start, para medyo mas lalong ganahan sila sa pakikinig, may parapol muna tayo. Diba?
Yes, okay. So ito na po yung unang, ito na ba? Ay, wala pa. Sa dami ng dala ni Eva, akala ko ito na yung ira-raffle.
So as we have mentioned, electronically drawn daw po yung gagawin natin. And the first one would actually be receiving, ano daw kanina, sir? Sabi parang naka...
paper bag?
Oo.
Ganun.
Siguro nandun nakalagay laptop daw. May daw po ako baka mamaya i-quote and quote ako. May makukuha. Pero may makukuha po. So the mechanics, pag kayo po yung nanalo, pero pag proponent po yung nanalo, accordingly from the facilitator, it
Wave.
should be waived. So sa ating lang hong mga delegates, delegate din po ako. Kaya pag nanalo po ako, kaya hindi po ako mag-wave.
Oh, actually, meron din ako. Nag-register
Akin
po
wala
ako.
na wala, sir, kasi kanina pinawisan
Oo.
na.
Pag wala kang wala ka pa lang sir, Pag wala kang ganitong sticker, sir, actually, ang ibig sabihin nito, wala ka ring lunch.
Naka-lunch naman ako.
Sisingilan
siguro-
kayo mamaya.
Mamaya. Yun ang
Sisingilan
mangyayari.
ka mamaya.
Pero kanina naman siguro, sir, no? Nabusog naman siguro yung lahat.
Yes, okay. I really do believe so. Maganda yung pagkain natin. Masarap yung hinanda.
Oo.
Yes, and maganda yung ambience doon sa baba. And with all the presentation and lectures ng ating mga industry partners while we are having our lunch, naging siya, double purpose.
Yes. Yun talaga, ganyan naman po tayo sa AFP organization. We always do multitasking.
Multitasking.
Okay. Kaya po, dahil nabusog natin naman natin kanina, mamaya after a while, pagkatapos natin mabigay yung raffle, bubusugin uli natin yung ating mga isipan of what's new with the cybersecurity updates. So moving forward, let's focus our eyes at the moment on our monitor as a simple advertisement from the proponent who will be giving us the raffle. Okay? Please focus your eyes, please.
When it comes to your digital operations, who you partner with matters. Many of the world's largest and most complex enterprises, communication service providers, and government agencies trust NetScout to continuously monitor and protect their critical business applications and accelerate their digital transformation efforts. Protecting the uptime and performance of your digital services requires broad and deep visibility across your entire digital infrastructure. We call that visibility without borders. The same level and source of visibility is required to also protect your digital services from cyber attacks. We call that security without borders. We deliver both by combining core competencies of NetScout's borderless visibility with Arbor Network's global threat intelligence and history of internet protection. We are #1 in all our markets, having proven over 37 years that we have the strength, flexibility, and intelligence to solve difficult problems in an ever-evolving digital world. Even in the most challenging times, NetScout has never wavered. Our lean but not mean philosophy drives us to continually innovate and provide our customers with the tools, expertise, and support to maintain control and deliver exceptional and secure user experience. We are continuing to make major investments in new technologies and innovative approaches, finding ways to enhance and improve our industry-leading visibility and security without borders solutions. NetScout is here for you. We are guardians of the connected world.
Recording stopped.
Whatever we may want, wherever we might go, whenever we start, however we choose, we have the power to define who we are. We achieve great things when we are empowered. We believe in the power of technology that gives us the power to reach, connect, discover, learn, create, excel, protect, heal, love, and the power to smile. Our goal is to empower individuals and organizations to achieve the great things in life through the best technology there is. We believe everyone deserves a better life. We are not here just to provide the best technology, but also to enable our customers to fulfill their greatest goals, today and tomorrow. Bringing more than 20 global technology brands, with partners in more than 100 cities all over the country, supported by more than 600 members of our team. 100% committed leadership, empowering people through technology for 25 years. We are MEC.
Actually, one of our proponents who's actually,
Recording in progress.
sir.
Yes, okay. Meron palang stage. Bakit nandun tayo sa gilid
Oo
ka
nga. Gusto mo talaga ma-expose, no?
Oh, hindi tayo makita sa Zoom. Okay.
And with that, for electronic raffle, and to hand over the prize from NetScout, may we call on
Mr. Jerry Valerio, the country manager of NetScout.
as well as who would be together with him here on stage is Mr. Jerry Bassa, the products manager of NetScout Corporation.
Yes, they will be handling over the
Now we have
prizes.
already our roulette.
Roleta.
Yan na. So again, as according to our facilitator, that would be physically present daw po. Pag wala po, pasensya daw po.
Yes, okay. So ready na siguro ang lahat? Tayo ba magsasabi nun?
Opo.
Okay, ready.
Kindly spin it now.
Tambiolo. And go. Sino kaya maswerteng manalo? Congratulations to
Corporal Orgar, Philippine Army.
yun. Wala. Wala.
So
Wala.
let's
Okay, wala.
pick up 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're very
Wala.
sorry.
Okay,
So
sige, ulitin natin, ulitin
rolling,
natin.
please. So at the count of 5 lang po ha. So yun yung po mga kasamahan. That's the reason why we actually encourage you to be here with us.
Naku, nawala.
Ayan. Sino-surprise po talaga tayo, sir. Surprise sa surprise talaga to.
Ikaw ata yung nanalo, sir, kasi nawala.
Ay, oo. Pag ganyan daw po nangyayari, doon na daw ho yan sa ating MC.
Oo. Ano nangyari? Okay, decision na natin to. Ganito na lang yung gawin natin. Magbe-bring me na lang tayo.
Magbibring me na lang tayo,
Oo,
ganon.
habang, yung unang prize muna. So habang wala pa.
Ayan na, sir.
Ayan na, okay. Congratulations to Ran Berdan. Siya po ay nandito?
Again, the winner is Ran Burdan, and we will going to count
Wala.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're sorry again, let's have, talagang pinapa-suspense tayo.
Ayun, okay.
Ayun ulit.
So, roleta natin ulit.
Ang dami nang nawala ng chance. Kaya po yung mga nandyan sa labas, mamaya na po kayo makichika-chika dyan kina ma'am. Alam po natin nagagandahan, nagwagwapuhan yung mga nandyan sa ating mga booth.
Congratulations to Ralph P. Feliciano.
And again, on the count of 5, 4, 3. Okay, nandyan naman na po siya. Here on the center stage po.
Congratulations sa ating winner.
May camera naman na po, ano.
Okay, there she is. Okay, congratulations. Now we have one more to go. Yes, sir. Okay, so sino kaya maswerte
Pakiikot
na
na po ulit na
mananalo?
ruleta.
and go.
Nararamdaman mo ba, sir, na ikaw yung isa niyan?
Congratulations to Nico Navarrete. And the count is 5, 4, wala. Okay. Dito pala siya.
Okay, so
Okay. Ulitin
wave
po
na po
natin.
kasi he's one of the proponents.
Wave po natin. Apprentice Seaman Rico L. Calderon. And the count is 5, 4,
And the count is 5, 4, 3,
2,
2,
and
1.
wala. Okay, so sige, i-roll po natin ulit yung ating electronic tambiolo. Sayang naman. Siguro, okay. Congratulations, Jerry May B. Ordona.
And the name is Jerry May B. Ordona.
And
If
the
you're
count
around,
is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ang dami nila, sir, no? Siguro kumain lang sila dito.
oo.
Shock lang po. Okay, so sige, ikutan po natin ulit yung tambiolo. Congratulations to Lieutenant Lloyd G. Gobaton, Philippine Navy. Yes, sir, congratulations.
Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. And congratulations sa ating naging mga winner. Okay, so yung mga ibang hindi pa nanalo, magdasal po tayo.
Oh, meron pa rin naman talagang pang-parapol from A1
Yes.
Solutions.
Okay.
So, yung ating pong mananalo ng ating gift certificate or gift check ay i-claim lang po dun sa booth 10 sa A1. So, yung ruleta po natin, pakiikot na. We still have to raffle draw.
Dalawa.
Dalawa pa.
Dalawa pa.
According to our facilitator, that would be a claim at the booth 10.
Okay, so kung sino man po yung manalo, aakyat po dito sa stage, siguro magpa-picture lang and then i-claim po sa booth number 10. Okay, so our tambiolo and roll. Congratulations to Corporal Labagan, Philippine Army. Siya ba ay nandito?
Kaso asawa man, we are actually looking for the physical presence of the real winner.
Okay, so sige, ulit
Wala
natin.
po ba siya? So ikot na po ulit ang ruleta.
Congratulations, TJ Ravenna.
Again, TJ Ravenna, if you're here, please come on stage at the count of 5.
Wala.
A wave.
Wala.
Okay.
Okay.
Pakiulit
Sige,
na po
isa pa.
yung ruleta natin.
Congratulations to Colonel Hilarion G. Palma.
Again, looking for Colonel Hilarion Palma. If you're around, please come up on stage, please. And we're going to start 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so i-roll natin ulit ang ating tambiolo. Congratulations to Lieutenant Colonel Marvin A. Inocencio. Sir, congratulations po.
And we'll start counting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're sorry again. Mukhang makakailan tayo nito, sir, ah.
Okay, ganito na lang.
Meron naman lumabas na uli, sir.
Wesley Pangilinan. Siya ba ay nandito? Wala.
Wala pa rin. So kaya po, kindly encourage those who actually have registered a while ago to be with us until the rest of the summit until tomorrow. Kasi sayang din yung mga prizes po. And it's a way for us to nurture our minds about what's going on with the cybersecurity here in the Philippines, right?
Yes, okay. So, sige, isa pa.
Sige po, paki-remove na lang. Parang ayaw niyo siyang i-remove. And the lucky winner is no other than
Master Sergeant Flavier, Philippine Air Force. Ikaw ba ay nandito? Wala. Sige, isa lang natin. Isa lang. Isang bring me lang. Matagal yung tambiolo natin. Ito, mabilis. Okay, so at the count of 5, dapat dalhin nyo yung item dito for you to be able to claim yung prize natin doon sa booth number 10. Example, pag sabihin natin, bring me o dalhin dito isang kabayo.
Sir, baka ang dalhin nila. Mukhang kabayo. Hala ka.
Okay, so para hindi na tayo umasa sa ating tambiolo. Okay, so ang ating first item, makinig mabuti. So open po ito sa lahat. Sinong gustong sumali? Bring me o dalhin dito sa amin isang expired na military ID. Then the count is, ano ba yung price natin?
Yun po, GC rin pa, gift check pa rin po.
Okay, gift check worth 500. Okay, expired military ID. Then the count is 5.
Sir, ano rin
4,
kasi meron tayong mga civilian
3,
human resource. Basta expired na lang yung ID ng...
Expired ID.
Expired ID.
First Sergeant, hindi sa'yo.
Sa bagay, hindi naman natin sinabing personally, sir.
Oh, okay, sige. Pwede
Pero, mababalidate pa ba natin kung talaga expired to? Faded na to eh. Hindi naman to expired. Expired na ba talaga, sir? At least ikaw, sir, 4 yung mata mo ngayon. Pangpuso yun.
2018. Issued to. Mukhang expired.
Yun lang naman, sir, ID ha.
Okay.
Hindi naman po yung nandito sa ID.
Okay, sige. Okay, congratulations. Mag-claim ka doon sa booth number 10. Isa lang ba yun?
Isa na lang yan. Kasi nakakuha na di ba yung isa, sir?
Okay, sige.
May nakakuha na
Congratulations.
po, di ba?
Wala pa. Hindi,
Isa
sa booth
pa lang.
number 10. Okay,
sige.
Okay, ating next item, isang family picture. Family picture. Then the count
Either a picture mismo or kahit nasa phone na lang, sir.
Okay.
Kasi
Family
because of the
picture.
technology talaga
10,
ngayon.
9,
Ayun.
8, 7.
Sir, ito ba yung legal? Okay, mabuti naman. Baka mamaya iba yung nadala mo sa amin na picture.
Verify natin maayos. Okay, sige.
Sir, kung talaga bang ito talaga anong pangalan ni Mrs. at saka kailang picture pa to, sir?
Last year lang po ito, sir.
Okay naman po. Okay, congratulations, sir. So you may claim that the gift check at booth number 10.
Booth number 10. Okay, congratulations. Okay. Ayun, napabilis natin ng konti.
Kasi parang ayaw magbigay ng ruleta, sir.
Akala ko forever na tayo na magro-ruleta eh. Okay, so ang ating, we will now proceed with our next lecture kasi we consume already much of the time to talk to us about the emerging threat landscape.
So it's my honor to introduce to you our next speaker about the topic, the Building Cyber Resilient Organization. With 15 years of experience and skills in the cybersecurity and IT industry, he has been in exclusive networks for the past 9 years and solution architect in handling Sentinel-1 for more than 5 years. The senior solutions engineer, no other than Mr. Glenn. A big round of applause for him, please.
So good afternoon po. No? I'm here to talk about what we constantly monitor po no, on the threat landscape po again. So this one po is just a topic to show everybody on how to address what we see, what we can do, and how to remediate it immediately po. No? So with it po, just showing the landscape to be able to see, to better be aware of what we see po. No? And also how to resolve it immediately. So these are just some of the samples po, no? So we see it on, as of now, yung mga endpoints po natin. So we are constantly being bombarded po, no, with ransomwares. Hello? Is clear po? So we are constantly bombarded po by endpoint attacks po, no? When we talk of endpoints, these are the mobile devices. These are the servers we have, the laptops, no, the desktops. So what we constantly see here po, no, they are just samples of the ransomware attacks right now. So it does not cover only those physical endpoints we have. So we have also yung mga ano po natin, no, mga VMs po natin, mga virtual environments po natin. So it's not just mainly attacking the endpoint already po, no. So these are some samples of the ransomware attacks that we see constantly and even evolving po, no. They just changed how tactics are being done. So this is how they look at, if we see vulnerabilities, they go infiltrate it immediately po, no? So this is how we see it already. This is, kaya po nasa dulo nun so far. Kasi po, no, as of this moment I am speaking, it's what we only see. But as of this time I'm speaking po, no, it evolves constantly. So with it, it's not just the endpoints we're talking about. And also, sirs and ma'ams, siguro na-experience yun no, po yung identity attack, no? Marami po tayo nababalitaan ngayon na nagre-report po na nanakawan sila ng pera, no? So it just not mainly protecting yung mga devices na po. We should also protect yung mga identity po natin para malaman po natin, no, kung sino po talaga yung gumagamit ng device, ano po yung ginagawa ng device, at syempre po kung talagang tayo po ba yung nag-a-access ng mga data. So with this being presented, so with it po, no, hindi na po parang sapat na meron tayong single sign-on, meron po tayong multi-factor authentication. So everything po can be bypassed nowadays. No? So with it, sample of this is yung Big Bang. So it already infiltrated the Active Directory we have. So it compromises all po, no, the identity we have. So with it po, pag may nakuha siyang super admin, for example, so doon na po mangyayari yung infiltration. So I can already open up po, no, everything that is on the infrastructure. Especially po pag meron ng mga credentials na nakaka-access po, no, sa lahat ng mga assets na meron tayo. So with it, andito naman po yung transitioning natin, sirs, no, and ma'ams, going to the cloud. So marami na pong nakikita namin na pumupunta na po dun sa mga SaaS services ngayon. So we see po yung mga cloud digitalization natin, no. So hindi na po sapat just protecting it. So ano pong mga kailangan natin gawin? So these are just yung mga nakikita po natin ngayong mga threats po, no. So this one constantly, again, sirs and moms, it evolves, no. So that's why we had the help of the faster way of detecting and remediating po itong mga threats na to. So with it, so ano po yung ginagawa ng mga XDR connectivities natin? So basically, we open up po, no, everything on our security vendors already. No? So we open up po yung connectivity with them para mas madali po yung detection po natin. And basically being assured na wala pong infiltration or anything na nangyari dun sa mga assets po natin. First po, we have to basically do, basic na po ito mga sirs, no, to protect the endpoints itself. No? So with it, if you look at it, the endpoint, the purpose of it is to secure any device being used by us. And also, the method we should apply now is already AI-driven po, no? So what we are saying is, dapat po, hindi na po yung mga legacy way of protecting things, no? Not just having updating signatures already, no, to address all the threats that's pertaining to the endpoint. And syempre po, yung outcome po natin, we should have a self-healing endpoint protection, no? So when we see out of it, kailangan po very resilient siya. So any changes na ginagawa po ng threat, would be addressed by the endpoint itself po, no? Para less complexity na po yung ginagawa natin. Sa dami po natin ginagawa, mga sir, ma'am, di ba po? We cannot waste po, sabihin natin, amount of hours just to dwell on pertaining and cleaning a single endpoint po, no? And also, comes yung cloud infrastructures. No? So we cannot go away of cloud already. So it's already available with us po, no? Just a simple subscription po, andyan na po yung asset. Up na po siya agad. So with it, we secure also the cloud, no? So with same as we protect po yung endpoint natin, same as protecting the cloud also. It should be already machine speed capabilities po. And also, it should be frictionless with the cloud security being offered by the SaaS provider. So para po mas madali yung deployment, mas mabilis po natin ma-address yung mga kailangan po nating i-protect, especially on the SaaS services we have. So again po, identity. So this is now important nowadays po, no? So we should know who is really using the asset, who is really using, accessing po, no? The servers, for example. So we secure the person po, no? So we secure the identity of the person. So para din po, we identify po, no, the threat and pinpoint where it came from, and also identify the attack surface, where it came, and sino po yung mga nag-a-access po, no? So with it, combining everything we see, especially with the network part, the endpoint, the cloud, and also the identity part, we should already have this data, no? We have the full visibility, so we can see po, no? So yun po yung address natin kanina, we can see, we can remediate, and look at the information and the threat information better. Para alam po natin kung anong level yung gagawin, ano po yung mga infected, ano po yung kailangan remediation, and adjustments we have, no? So with it, we integrate with, syempre po, other security stacks. So hindi lang po on these assets we can dwell on it po, no? So we look also at the integration of other technologies para mas broader po yung nakikita natin, no? So this is the only way we can do it po, no? Para maging adapted tayo doon sa mga ginagawa po ng threat natin ngayon. Na it's really evolving po, no? Every time. That's just hours po. It really evolves every second already po, no? So with it, so this is a study po, no? Out of 2 of 3 endpoints are being infected daily. So ganyan po kalaki ang probability na mayroon pong may infect na endpoint. Especially with those ngayon po nakikita natin sa news and all other companies that says na they are infected now. And they report it to the NPC po, no? Yan. So with it, so yung tool po natin should be not based on the legacy technology. It's because alam naman natin po, no, endpoint protection was, sabihin po natin, 40 years ago, 1980s pa po siya. So it should go hand in hand with how also the threat evolves. So ganun po dapat, no? And syempre po, we see the growth of zero-day attacks. Basically, hindi na po sila yung simpleng attacks na lang po no? It goes basically to evolving itself para maka-infiltrate po talaga sila. Siyempre po, yung hybrid workforce natin. So, yung traditional network po was already broken po, no? So, everybody has own devices connected to the headquarters to access something. So, this is already in the introduction of having disruption of the normal network po. So, every asset out of the network and also inside the network should be protected as the one protected inside our perimeter po, no? And also, yung attackers naman po, lagi po sila may breakout. It's because yung sirs and moms, it's their pride if they have attacked something po, no? So it's not just a fact they have monetary benefits from it, but also introducing themselves to the world. Yan. So yung manual response naman po, already limited po, no? So why not go to automating everything para mas madali po yung remediation part natin, no? To reduce also yung complexity of dealing with yung mga threats na nakikita po natin. So we should go automated already, so even with the help of other security vendors, no? Nakikita niyo po natin, every presenter would show us here po that we should do it already with the automated and AA way po, no? Yeah. So with it, so these are some already of the outcome po, no? What we do recommend, especially now, is to replacement of the legacy po. That is relying basically on signatures. Kasi alam naman natin, sirs and moms, when it comes to signature, if you don't have the update, we get infected po, no? And also again, yung recovery way on how we do recover the asset, especially when it comes to already yung ransomware po. Alam naman natin po, when ransomware comes in on the asset, it will encrypt it po, no? And then they will ask for ransom, no? Why kailangan po natin is put a device that can reverse back the ransomware already. Para on our side po, less complexity, less damage po, no? And we can preserve po yung data on our assets. Para mas madali po yung paggawa natin on the remediation side, no? So it should support po frictionless. Again po, when we deploy something, it should be compatible on every asset you have. Kasi it's not the way of doing security already po, no? It's also how fast we can deploy to secure all the devices, no? So with it, we should have devices that can already do these things para mas madali po yung ating remediation, especially with the endpoint. Endpoints pa lang to mga sirs and ma'am po, no? So wala pa po yung cloud dito. So with it, yung endpoint po natin should have the capability to detect the threat immediately and also remediate it po, no? With the help of other security vendors also. That's where yung extended detection comes in. So it's not just limited on stopping the threat. It's not just limited on knowing the threat, and we should have the capability also to know po, no, what is happening inside the endpoint. So we can see all the propagation of the events. Just in case we do a thorough investigation po, no, we have the full data of the endpoint, of the infection, and also we know what is happening inside the endpoint. So that's how we can see it po, no. And with it, we go to cloud po, no. So we go away from our perimeter already. So this one po, we see the growth of cloud here in the Philippines. Kasi alam naman natin, sirs and moms, it's very easy to manage because we just subscribe and the instance is already there, no. So with it, so we deal also of protection with them. So multi-cloud is already there, no? It's very complex to really secure them. It's because some of the cloud providers offer security din po, no? And how do we protect the asset? We have already subscribed with them. So with it, so we see the changes in adversaries po, no? The cloud. So we deal on different adversaries, especially with the cloud. It's because it's publicly available, and how sure are we it's already protected, no? So we see the growth also of having them already on some of the government agencies, no? So we protect them also. So with it, same as we protect the endpoint. So we do automation with them. So everything what has detected and can be seen on the cloud should be reported back to us, so we know po, no, what is happening on the endpoint or on the cloud infrastructure we have. So with it po, no, we see the growth of 87% of going to the cloud. So that is in real world po, no. We see everything going to the cloud already. Again, sir, it's because of ease of management po, no. And syempre po, again, is yung availability of the service itself. Because cloud provider provides us the availability, that's where we're going to the cloud. So it is, again, same as the endpoint. We should be compatible with all the what's available in the cloud, like Google Cloud, Azure, AWS, po, no? And also servers running on Docker, Kubernetes, and also the containers being offered. We protect them as same as with these endpoints. So with them, we can do all the remediation automatedly, no? Again po, mas madali po yung ganun kasi siyempre po on our part, sir, as we on the military service, we have more things to do rather than to spend the time po, no, doing remediation on what the assets we have. And also we have the database na hindi kailangan, and we have to protect it also. So again, this one po is very new, very identity attacks, no? So with it, identity is already critical. That's why we have po yung mga SIM registration, OTP on our phones. So that, for example, yung mga visual payment schemes po natin have already our thumbprints on our phones kasi it's already identity-based na po, no? So with this, dealing with it, yung organizations po kasi faces most likely identity threats also. So everything po is compromised, no? All of the ransomwares, all the attacks, already attacks po, syempre, our some active directories. So this is one way of looking at it. Kasi po, kahit meron tayo mga multi-factor authentication, it gets infiltrated pa rin po, no? There are some ways of infiltrating it. And also po, with it, marami na po kasi tayong mga device na ginagamit. So in relation to it, we should know also who is using the device and what are the methods being used on the device. Para mas visible po tayo doon sa mga nakikita po natin. So again po, no? So the Active Directory. So with it, ito po number 1 na nako-compromise ngayon on what we see on the market po, no? And also in the Philippines. So Active Directory is one critical asset we have. So once you get infiltrated, they will see po yung mga privileged accesses and they can already go access po yung mga assets natin or even our databases and data being stored po. No? So we continuously monitor po dapat yung Active Directory natin on critical changes, recommendations po, no? And also the loopholes of the Active Directory. Yan. So with it, we can see also yung compliance benchmarkings natin. No? So kasi meron mga nakikita natin dyan, sirs, just place Active Directory and we will not know already who is accessing it, sino po yung mga privileges, no? Sino po yung may mga gumagamit nun. For example po ako, pinadeploy sa inyo, naglagay lang po ako ng privilege access ko po sa Active Directory, I can already access po yung mga assets po natin. No? So again, syempre po with it, having secured po yung sabihin natin, Active Directory natin, we will go also on protecting yung mismong identity po. No? So we have the capability already to monitor the assets we have. So ano po yung ginagawa? So malalaman nyo po, si Glenn gumawa ng ganito, umaccess ng ganito. Ito yung normal na ginagawa niya. Tapos lumipat po ako sa ibang workstation. For example, ginamit ko po yung Active Directory credentials ko. At least po you have the full audit of it. No? Para po, just in case, nanakaw po yung aking identity or yung access po, at least makikita po natin based on the endpoint itself. So it's not just casting na lang po yung sabihin po natin, phishing pole. Pag kinagat mo, ikaw yung salarin. Ngayon po, this one, we scatter everything po. No? So hindi lang tayo nagko-concentrate sa isang Active Directory. So we cast basically the net already. Para mas marami po tayong mahuhuli. Just in case po may mag-attack. Based on the identity we have. No? And syempre po, with this one, we should also put yung security on how we do po yung mga pain po ito. No? Yung mga deception lures po natin. So these are mga virtual machines po that we present outside para yun po yung unang sinisira ng mga hackers po, no? Just in case. So meron po siyang mga, sabihin po natin, mga pain po, as the name itself, the lures itself po, no? Siya po yung pain. So siya po yung phishing pole natin. So once na kumagat ka, huhuliin kita, titignan natin anong mga activity yung ginagawa. So ganun po siya, sir, no? So basically, these 3 ways of protecting our identity should be in place din po. No? So it's not just securing basically what we have, what we use, the network po. No? So we are already going beyond it po. No? So dito na, sirs and ma'ams, yung narinig natin na level sa OSI layer po na level 8. No? Yung layer 8 po natin. So this is already pertaining to the users po. So we monitor everything being done by the users, so that we can know and advise them na your ID has been compromised, we should do this one, and we do recommend and adapt po, no, on what we do. So again, with these solutions in place po, no, so what we do is to unify your data already. So before po kasi, you see yung very raw, no, all based on yung mga magulo pong scripts, regex po, no, so very raw po yung data ang nakikita natin. Stale, it's because we don't look at it basically kapag wala po tayong nakikita mga threats. And also, siloed, kasi iba-iba yung nakikita po natin. We go to other dashboards to look at it. No, why not consolidate it po, no? So, as of now, we should have yung live and actionable data. So when we look at live, meaning it's always having secured and adapted po, no? So lagi siya nagmo-move real time. And also actionable, meaning once we see it, we have the capability to mitigate po, no, yung nakikita natin. And also, from here, ano po yung nakikita natin? So we reduce already po, no, yung fatigue. So we can determine or even prioritize po, no, yung mga what we see on who to remediate and what we do po, no. And also, yung automated prevention, detection, and respond po behind the endpoint. So when we say beyond the endpoint, it's not basically on the endpoint level already, but also in cloud and also identity and also yung mga assets natin that is not on the perimeter po. No? So again, we consolidate it with the help and augment them to SIEM so we can segregate po the incidents and the events we have po. No? So with it, we have yung real-time security analytics and the real-time data po, no? Para we can see the full view of it. And also, we consolidate na rin po yung mga tools natin. So before po kasi, we have so many consoles to look at. No? So we look at the partners here po, they offer po a single console that can see already po, no? So we automate and bring everything into a single pane of glass para po cross-correlated po yung mga platforms. No? So this is the way of doing it already po, no? With the help of other security tools also. Not just depending on a single point of security, but also to consolidate everything po. No? Para cross-platform po siya, mas maganda po yung data enrichment and also yung telemetries po would be integrated to other technology stacks also. So what can we have with it po? No? So we can do more with less. So meaning po, mas marami tayong nagagawa kaysa mag-dwell po, no, in remediating a thing. Mas maganda po sana, we can do more with less efforts. And also, you save time po, no, in navigating all the dashboards we have. Mas maganda po, single pane of glass lang siya, and then we see everything na po. No? And also, it's less complex and do more functions po. It's because of we open up already, we extend everything into other security stacks para mas madali na po yung remediation part po natin. And also po, what's nice with this, having these two first parts po, no, we empower already our organization po, no. It's because, before po kasi, our security team would be overstretched because of solving complex problems po, no. Why not make it simple? So after it po, after consolidating all the data we have, and we see what we need to do, and to know what to remediate and what to do with the threat po, no, we empower the security team. It's because andyan na po yung mga tasks natin. Alam na po natin what will we do. Very specific na po siya. And we can also target all the threats that we have monitored. So with it po, we eliminate it by just turning on, no? Just commanding po the platform to do yung remediation part. So it's less complex na po, no? And also, we can already see yung multiple product being integrated into one, and we can already see yung workflow po niya, no? So at least on our side, sirs, we have already the playbooks. So we can follow it already para mas maka-adapt po tayo do sa mga threats na nakikita po natin. So with that being said, sirs and ma'ams, no? So that was my last of my slides. So with it po, I'm leaving you po that the security should not be reactive. It should be always proactive po, no? Para mas madali po, mas simple, and mas madali po yung pag-remediate natin and detect to the threats we have. So with that po, thank you and good afternoon po ulit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ang, for the presentation about the Building Cybersecurity Resilient Organization. And with that, may we request Mr. Ang to be on stage, and may we request our also the Commander of CIS Service AFP, Commodore Marcos Chavez, Imperial Philippine Navy, as he will assist our Deputy Chief of Staff for C4I Star System J6, Major General Eric E. Nicanor, Philippine Navy Marines. Sir, may we request you to be on stage to hand over the plaque of appreciation to our speaker, no other than Mr. Ang. Thank you very much again, sir. Hope we were able to catch up things about the topic that he has just discussed. Tama, sir?
Yes.
And moving forward, we do have another speaker for this afternoon who will be tackling about ransomware attacks.
Yes. She works as a systems engineer at Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated. She has experience and worked for the industry of network and security covering finance, enterprise, telco, and government sectors. Hayes, her commitment to provide the best service in sharing awareness and protection in her job. She graduated from De La Salle University, Manila with a bachelor's degree in electronics engineering and a board passer at the same year. Currently, she is looking to contribute more and make it her mission to address and solve customer questions efficiently in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, help us welcome the systems engineer, Engineer Hazel May Garcia.
A big round of applause for her, please.
Hello? Mic test? Okay. Hello, hello. So yeah, good afternoon everyone. So before I start, I'm Hayes Garcia and I'll be discussing today the ransomware protection along the cybersecurity kill chain. But I would like it to be interactive as much as possible, to be as lively as possible. So before we start, okay, I'll be asking some questions along the way. Okay? So hopefully lahat po tayo ay makakapag-join po. Okay? So before we start, we need to understand first what we are up against. Okay? So right now, let's ask what is ransomware attacks. I would like to pick Ma'am on the 1, 2, 3, 4. Kindly give the mic. Yes, Ma'am. Kayo po. So what is ransomware attacks? So we need to be interactive. Ayan.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
For my own understanding, ransomware attack is an attack with regards to the ransom, to the software of our computer.
Yes, correct. And in addition to that, that particular attack is actually trying to penetrate our resources, our network, wherein it has a corresponding ransom. So for you to gain access again on your resources, because those threat actors are actually trying to encrypt those files or resources that you have. So in exchange, kailangan po nila ng ransom or syempre ng amount. It may go on through some bitcoins or cash itself, but definitely it depends on what type of threat actor is actually preferring to. And definitely because of that kind of aspect that we have, the ransomware attacks, it gives somewhat an anxiety to our organizations. And that is actually what is not actually a thing that we cannot prevent, okay? It's already more on kailangan na natin siyang mamuhay, kumbaga, okay? But definitely, we need to do some actions, okay? Yung mga ganong anxiety na meron tayo. That is why we need to protect our assets, okay? And the next question is, what are actually the common methods being used by those threat actors? So I would like to pick sir who is actually drinking a coffee. Yes, sir, that's you. Ayan, 1, 2, 3, 4, row 4. So sir, let's give some at least 3 man lang po. What are the common methods being used by our threat actors through the ransomware? Ayan, paano po sila pumapasok dun sa network po natin?
Through phishing attacks.
Yes sir, number 1, phishing. Next one. Sige sir, kaya mo yan.
Unlicensed softwares.
Okay, could be. What else, sir? Ay, isa na lang, sir. Sirit na, sir? Okay. So yeah, in terms of it, we do have a lot of, yeah, okay. We have it. Yeah. So there are actually a lot of methods being used by our threat actors. And those actors are actually what? Trying to fish some information via our employees of our organization. The next one is what? The vulnerable ports that are being opened on our network. And alam nyo naman po talaga, as part of the best practices of our entire system, of our entire network in terms of the security, as much as possible, we try to limit ano lang po yung mga ports na kailangan natin gamitin. Okay? And then followed by what? The RDP or the remote desktop protocol. So currently or previously or actually yung pinaka-latest, have you heard about already the Medusa ransomware attack? So I will not mention again kung sino yung naging end user who have been penetrated by that type of attack. But definitely, yung Medusa po is actually via the RDP. And good, ano na naman na sinabi niyo po sir earlier, is one of them are actually unpatched vulnerability as well because there are some operating systems, okay, that are actually not licensed and definitely we will not be able to support kung ano pa yung mga dapat nating i-update dun sa mga end devices natin. And then syempre po lastly are the social engineering on our environment. And the last question that I would like to ask naman po, what are the solutions do you think na pwede makakatulong for us to resolve those kind of attacks? So let me pick sir, behind po yung nakatayo po. Yes po sir. What are the solutions? Yung naiisip nyo po sir that could actually help us to prevent those kind of attacks?
Installing firewalls, updating antivirus, updating all software so that it can be patched, and uninstall softwares that are not that you see it that is not secured. That's all.
Ayan, okay. Yes sir, actually sir, tama rin naman po yung mga sinabi nyo. And we do have a lot of what? Solutions that we can use to prevent those kind of ransomware attacks. And according to our survey, syempre included naman po doon yung EDR natin, which is the endpoint detection response, and then at the same time, the next generation firewall. But later on, we will be going through in depth kung ano pa po yung mga other solutions natin that could actually help us to identify and then at the same time prevent those kind of attacks na meron po tayo. Okay? So if you have any questions, let me know and then I'll be asking my assistant, okay, with me to provide you the mic naman po. Okay? So what are the different or why is it so important for us to focus in our defense? Definitely, kaya po siya importante because the time, okay, is actually correlated to the cost. Okay? Kaya nga po siya ransomware attacks. And minsan, syempre po yung mga threat actors natin, nagbibigay rin po sila ng deadline. Okay? And that deadline is actually crucial on us because we don't want to lose our assets or the data information that we have and definitely ayaw din natin magpadala sa kanila. May kasabihan nga po, the financial gain is actually always there. Okay? It's a matter of what? The motivation of those threat actors to execute that kind of attack dun sa organization natin. Mapa-government po tayo or mapa-private sectors po tayo, definitely wala pong pinipili yung mga threat actors because of the financial gain that they can get through dun sa mga organizations po na yon. Okay? Next one is definitely we will be asking ourselves, okay, we do have a lot of solutions already. But is email security and the next generation firewall are actually enough? Okay? Definitely, it's not already enough. Okay? The traditional concept or security that we have right now do have offered to us already a great impact in securing our environment. but we need to level up our security already. Why? As mentioned earlier kay Sir Ang, actually those type of threat actors that we are facing right now do already use the AI intelligence or the machine learning. Okay? So if we are to try to prevent those kind of attacks in those kind of level, definitely we need to leverage din yung ganong steps na meron po tayo. Why? Because there are actually newly updated signatures. Siyempre may mga signature-based tayo, pero definitely on that part, nag-evolve din sila. There are also some fileless, okay, attacks or being executed behind on our operating system. Okay? Hindi lang po siya sa mga attachments, hindi lang rin po siya sa mga drive-by downloads. Okay? But definitely pumapasok rin siya sa mismong system natin. And last but not the least are the zero-day attacks. So zero-day attacks, yun po yung mga unknown attacks na wala pang corresponding signatures. Yun din po yung mga attacks na hinihintay lang po yung tamang oras kung kailan sila mag-execute. If you are familiar with the cybersecurity kill chain, there are actually different levels or different steps in understanding those kind of attacks. And one of which, syempre doon is yung reconnaissance, inaaral po nila yung mismong organization, and then eventually is ma-deliver nila yung mga attacks nila, and then lastly, makuha nila yung pinaka-objective nila. Okay? And that could actually what? Bypass our static controls. Yun yung mga traditional solutions na meron tayo. Okay? Next one, syempre, our dynamic controls are actually already required for us to complement with those static controls or static security devices that we have. And syempre po, in parallel, is to have it in leverage with the advanced AI that is actually already essential on preventing those kind of attacks. Okay? So, let's understand the advanced AI for the defense in depth. One solution that we can have is already the endpoint detection and response. As you can see on our screen right now, it's more on the first level of the pre-infection or pre-execution, wherein we try to start on the ability of our network to identify and then at the same time harden the network surface or the attack surface of our network. And then eventually provide that kind of visibility. But definitely, we need to go through to another or succeeding steps, which is the post-infection or the post-execution of those attacks. Definitely, hindi rin po kasi may iwasan. May mga cases na na-prevent nga natin yung iba, pero yung iba naman, hindi natin na-prevent and nag-execute siya. Pero along the way, eventually, mabablock din po natin siya. And how we will be able to, what? To gather back the assets that we have among those solutions. Okay? And the biggest differentiator of those definitely is to diffuse those kind of attacks. And then at the same time, identify and analyze them in a behavioral manner. Yung mga ransomware attacks po kasi, sa totoo lang po, in a behavioral manner po sila. And that behavioral manner could what? It's more on the side of the lateral movement. Hindi lang po sila nag-stay put in one location, but rather pumupunta sila either on the south, north-south, and then definitely on the east-west traffic nung network po natin. Okay? Next one is, why is it so very important for us to have that kind of EDR solution? And what are the 3 takeaways for us to have that EDR? Earlier, nababanggit na rin po ni Sir Ang yung ransomware. Okay? Medyo sabi ko nga, parang may i-discuss pa ba ako? Okay? Pero definitely, we need to focus still. Okay? Then definitely, on the EDR, number 1, it provides us that kind of coverage. Okay? Yes, tama naman po si Sir Ang kanina na definitely we need to level up din yung mga operating system natin. But me, personally, based on my experience, there are still some organization, and specifically nga po government, na meron pa rin pong mga legacy OS. Okay? And that's the main concern. Okay? Dapat hindi pa rin natin sila kinakaligtaan or minimiss out. Kasi definitely, it could be treated as the entry points of our threat actors. Okay? That is why it's so very important to include those kind of OS na meron sa organization. And then second one is the security efficacy or the resiliency. Definitely in terms of it, because we can still support those kind of legacy, definitely we need to extend our shield. Okay, our shield or our protection on those kind of patching in terms of those legacy. Okay? And then lastly, syempre po, is the SOC efficiency. And SOC efficiency or SOC, having SOC on our environment is one of the top requirement na rin ng other organizations out there. But SOC itself, it doesn't take in just a snap of a hand or parang an overnight sleep. It definitely occurs year by year. It actually takes a long journey for us to have that kind of SOC environment. And that is why, as part of the EDR, definitely kailangan magkaroon din tayo ng integration to other solutions that we have on our environment. Because by the end of the day, okay, the very important on having a secure network is to have an integration to one another of what we have already. Okay? Because definitely, doon nga po yung concern natin, Hayes, paano yan? May mga ganito kaming solution. Hayes, ano pa yung pwede naming ma-improve na meron kami? Okay? So dapat kailangan i-level din natin kung ano yung fit dun sa network na meron po kayo. Okay? And then, eventually, on that kind of aspect that we also have to introduce the extended detection and response. So, extended detection and response, definitely, it's more on the side of integration, which is I've mentioned earlier. Kaya na po kasi EDR, it's more on the blocking, the identity of our attacks that we have in terms of the endpoint protection, but definitely we have to have already that kind of integration for us to have that kind of platform, okay, in a one single pane of glass, and then at the same time, the orchestration, and the very one is the automation, wherein it already resolves what? Number one, the complexity, and then the second one is the resolving the gaps within the skills of our administrators or of our network. Okay? Then next one is the introduction of the email security gateway. Okay? In terms of the email security gateway, definitely I've mentioned earlier and nasagot rin naman po ni Sir kanina, the one or the first known method na ginagamit ng mga threat actors natin in terms of the ransomware is actually email. And yung phishing po yung pinaka-una po doon. And with the help of the email security gateway, it helps us to what? To provide a full spectrum of protection in terms of those emails. Mapa-known attacks pa yan, mapa-suspicious attacks pa yan, unknown, and even yung mga BEC or yung mga business email compromised attacks din. Okay? And definitely, andun din yung mga impersonation because by the end of the day, hindi natin may iwasan na may nag-impersonate. Kaya it's so very important din na minsan, okay, in a kind of perspective din natin, among our best practices is to provide as well the awareness. Why is it so important? Because, syempre po, yung awareness po kasi, it will help us to fight against those kind of threats. Kung yung level na alam ng mga IT personnels natin, umabot papunta dun po sa mga, I'm not sure kung ano yung tamang term, ordinary employee, okay, or ordinary citizen, if they know that kind of awareness, definitely matutulungan nila tayo. Okay? Na ma-identify and maiwasan yung mga ganong threats na meron tayo. Okay? Next one, traditionally, okay, we are seeing a lot of threats na andun tayo nagfo-focus sa protection ng next generation firewall, and then earlier is yung sa endpoint protection. But what is happening in between, minsan dun pa yung wala tayong visibility. Minsan dun pa tayo nagtataka, paano ba sila nagkakaroon ng access within our network? So dun pumapasok po yung solution din na network detection and response. Kung kanina meron po tayong endpoint detection and response, meron din po tayong network detection and response. And with the help of this kind of solution, number one, it helps us to reduce the workload. Definitely, yung mga attacks na nakikita natin within our society, within our organization, could actually be tedious. to our administrators. And then at the same time, it actually intensive for them to do that kind of task. That is why with the help of NDR and then at the same time as AI-powered na rin po siya, it could already to help us na rin na ma-analyze yung nangyayari sa network natin. And then second one is the reduction to the time for us to detect that kind of threats. Okay? And then lastly is the capabilities. So let's go further. Ano po ba and bakit napaka-importanting magkaroon tayo ng network detection and response? Number one, definitely, as I've said earlier, threats are actually sophisticated already. They are already leveling up to a certain point na minsan hindi na rin kaya yun ng mga current solutions na meron tayo sa network natin. And then at the same time, kailangan din po kasi natin mag-focus din on our what? On our business continuity din. Okay? Whether if it's private or government, definitely kailangan ma-consider natin din po yun. And the continuous changing din po, okay, of our speed in terms of running our business, it is parallel to the creation of large amount of data na meron tayo sa society or sa organization natin. Okay? And the next one is the gap of our traditional defense. Definitely nakakatulong po sila but we have to further check ano ba yung nangyayari within our network. Kasi nowadays, tama rin po yung nasabi kanina nung presenter natin na hindi lang tayo nasa on-premise. Okay? And as I've known, meron po tayong Philippine Air Force, meron po tayong Philippine Navy, meron din po tayong Philippine Army. We are not sitting sa isang location lang. Definitely, nag-extend yung location natin from headquarters to some satellite location, okay, or branches. And then at the same time, may mga areas din po tayo na pinupuntahan. Like, syempre, nasa dagat rin po tayo. And those kind of network that we have, definitely unlaki. Okay? And then, definitely on that part, hindi na rin tayo dun sa ganong aspect na physical. We already have that kind of expansion na rin towards the cloud environment. So, on that kind of defense, it already needs to what? To check end-to-end. Hindi lang po dapat tayo natatapos sa kung ano lang po meron tayo in this particular location, like the headquarters. And then lastly, AI-assisted tools are actually required na. Okay? As you have heard already, ang makakatulong po talaga to prevent those kind of advanced persistent threats ay yung AI level na or machine learning level. Okay? And then, what are the different use cases that we can see with the help of NDR? Definitely, it helps us to detect those kind of malicious files or threats that we are seeing on our environment. Okay? And then at the same time, it also helps us to understand ano ba yung mga other endpoints pa na natamaan ng threat na yon and what kind of suspicious traffic yung nakikita natin. So meaning to say, nasa reconnaissance level pa lang sila na gumagalaw, ma-detect na rin po natin sila. And on that way, mape-prevent natin na, hey, okay, kailangan pala namin i-block tong ganitong certain or kailangan namin i-isolate itong certain user na to or certain server na to. Okay? And last but not the least, definitely, okay? Ayan. Ayan. Okay? Last but not the least is actually the AI-powered pa in terms of identifying yung mga zero-day attacks natin, which is the sandboxing. Definitely, you have heard already about the sandboxing. And you have heard already that there are some operation off-site, okay, na pwede rin nasa clouds. But definitely, in that kind of aspect that we have, there are some cases pa rin, if we are to parallel it sa government din natin na meron tayo, na ina-adapt pa rin natin hanggang ngayon, is gusto natin naka-on-premise. Okay? So, on that part, kailangan pa rin natin makapag-provide ng ganong solution. And with the help of solution, it helps us to identify yung mga unknown attacks natin. Wherein yung mga files na unknown or may mga correlated prevented or nakapatch na mga attacks na hindi pa nabibigyan ng certain threat signature, it could actually help us to provide that kind of protection and analysis. And once analysis has been provided, definitely, doon natin malalaman na, okay, Hayes, ito pala, critical na pala ito. And it's already very crucial to us. And thanks for the solution, it will already help us to identify quickly ano ba yung mga solutions na nakikita namin sa network natin na hindi pa pala nakikita not only here in the Philippines but rather in global network. Okay? And yeah, I think that's the end already of our presentation. I hope you learned something today. And if you have any further questions, let us know so that we can help you narrow and then at the same time understand more ano pa po yung pwede natin gawin to improve our security in terms of our network. Okay? Thank you.
Or Engineer Garcia, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and time about talking about the ransomware attacks. And may we request again our very own, the Deputy Chief of Staff for C4 Star Systems, J6 Major General Nicanor, Philippine Navy Marines, as again, he will be assisted by the Commander of CIS Service AFP, Commodore Marcus Yabes, Imperial Philippine Navy, to give the plaque of appreciation.
We read the plaque of appreciation. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Hazel May Garcia in grateful recognition of her invaluable participation during the AFP Cybersecurity Summit 2023 as a subject matter expert on ransomware attacks. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperium, Commodore, Philippine Navy, Commander, CIS Service AFP. Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations, ma'am.
So we're done with two topics. We just have listened about the building cyber resilient organization, which has been tackled by Mr. Ang. It's been followed by Engineer Garcia about the ransomware attacks. So moving forward this afternoon, we'll be listening again for another topic, which is actually the cyber security in the supply chain. And it's my honor to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is a cybersecurity professional with a passion for ethical hacking, penetration testing, vulnerability analysis, and network security. He is a hardworking, energetic, personable, and technical-minded individual with strong customer service and communication skills. He is currently a cybersecurity role where he develops and learns new abilities while contributing to the success of the organization. He actually has certifications like the eLearn Security Web Application Penetration Tester. He is a certified ethical hacker practical, certified incident handler version 2, and certified AppSec practitioner, and lastly, a cybersecurity foundation professional. Join us in welcoming our presenter for this afternoon, the cybersecurity consultant, Mr. Emilio Latina Pancubit. A big round of applause for him, please.
Hello, everyone. Okay. So today we will talk about the cybersecurity supply chain. Everyone knows about the supply chain. Actually, this is emerging technologies today, like Shopee, Lazada, or Alibaba B2B platform. So, okay, sorry. So, who am I? So, my name is Emilio Pancubit. So, experience in application security as with a strong track of record in conducting penetration tests on different technologies like network or web application. My key domains, of course, I'm focusing on penetration testing, incident response, and then security engineering. So I love set upping an open source tools like open source SIEM or open source firewalls, and try to or try to change the configuration of the open source technology, and then the threat intelligence, of course. And of course, I mentioned earlier that I'm open source lover, so I love testing the open source technology. So next, okay, you can send me a connection request to my LinkedIn if you want to message me directly. Okay. So our agenda today is, of course, before we tackle the supply chain security, of course, we need to understand what is the supply chain. Okay. Next, what is a supply chain attack? What are the different attacks of the supply chain? Of course, how do supply chain attacks can occur on our system, on our web application, or on our any services of the organization. So types of supply chain attacks, of course. So how organizations identify supply chain attacks. How organizations to prevent a supply chain attacks, and of course a few examples of a real world supply chain attacks. And then of course the recap. Okay, so what is a supply chain? So it's a network of 3 or more entities in order to create a one product to be used by the consumer or by the client. For example, nag-browse tayo sa Shopee ng mga products na gusto nating bilhin, or sa Lazada. And then once we order that product, of course hindi naman si Shopee yung magpa-process or yung magma-manufacture ng product na bibilhin nyo. Of course, pag in-order nyo yung product na yun, yung order nyo pupunta yun sa retailer. So yung retailer yung magpa-process and magpa-packaging nung product ninyo, and then si Shopee, ang contribution niya lang sa supply chain is to siya yung distributor. Siya yung kukuha ng product dun sa supplier, and then yung product na yun ibibigay dun sa kung sino yung buyer o kung sino yung client o yung consumer nung product na yun. Okay? Okay. So next, of course, supply chain is very easy to attack by the threat actors, because supply chain has 3 or more entities, of course, and then once the primary or the target organization has a strong security posture, so yung attacker is pwede niyang mag-send ng mga phishing mails or try to exploit the vulnerable application on the third-party vendor. So let's proceed. What is the supply chain problem today? Of course, today in the modern world, it's very common na magkaroon ng mobile phones or yung mga ICT equipments na commonly ginagamit natin sa daily activities, like yung mga laptops or yung mga mobile phones, or even yung mga IoTs. So meron tayong mga IoTs today. So IT products including computers, networks, or yung mga Wi-Fi, or yung mga routers, mobile phones. Of course, yung mga IoTs, CCTV, PlayStation, smartwatches, or WAP, or Wi-Fi access points. And then, of course, pati sa transportation, aircraft, ships, automobiles, trains, helicopters is using an ICT technology. Okay? So, IT products are built on hardware. So, of course, yung mga ICT products natin is composed of thousands of physical components. So, paano ba natin masusure kung secure yung mga 1,000 components ng isang hardware product? So, since the physical components and software derived IT products are typically sourced from a variety of sources. Of course, before the final product, syempre yung product na yun, like for example, yung motherboard ng computer. So of course, binibili natin yun sa ibang clients. And then, bago mabuo yung fully functional na motherboard, kailangan natin ng mga north bridge, south bridge. Of course, bibilin din natin or bibilid din nung manufacturer yon sa ibang organization or ibang vendor. Of course. And then, bago mabuo yung or bago ma-assemble yung fully functional motherboard, dadaan muna yon sa mga, like, for example, mga manufacturing company sa China. Kaya may mga computer motherboards tayo na made in China o kaya made in Taiwan. So doon sa lugar na yon, manufacture yung ang isang physical components or yung fully functional computers or any devices or any ICT devices. So paano ba, for example, paano ba tayo nakakasiguro na safe yung mga 1,000 of components ng isang physical devices? So of course, 1,000 components. Malay mo, doon sa manufacturing sa foreign countries, naglagay sila ng pinakamaliit na chip doon sa motherboard. Paano natin makikita yung maliit na chip na yon na pwedeng gamitin ng mga state-sponsored hacker to have a connection or backdoor in sa ICT products na yun na ide-deploy kung saang organizations para yung state-sponsored hackers na magkaroon siya ng access doon sa network or doon sa organization na bumili ng ICT products na nilagyan nila ng backdoor. Okay, the components of IT products are bought from different vendors around the world. Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier. Okay, phases of the supply chain, of course. Bago tayo mag-proceed sa supply chain security, dapat alamin din natin yung phases ng supply chain. Okay, supply chain. So first is the requirements. So requirements, of course, ano ba yung ginagawa dyan sa phases, sa phase ng requirements phase? Of course, yung team na magpo-propose ng software or yung hardware dapat nagbe-brainstorm sila para makagawa sila ng anong function nitong software nito. Magge-generate ba siya ng PDF or yung hardware na to, ano bang function nito? Magbo-broadcast ba siya ng network fragment in order to have a to function it as a Wi-Fi. So next is a design. Of course, yung product natin, hindi natin mabubuo kapag wala tayong, for example, yung mga hardware. Kailangan natin ng blueprint. O paano ba yung layout ng hardware na yan? Or di yung software. So yung software, bago natin gawin, dapat meron tayong flowchart kung paano yung function ng software na gagawin natin. Okay? After design, develop, of course. Kung sa software yan, we need to create the source code of the software. Or kung hardware yan, kailangan natin gumawa ng physical components ng hardware na gagamitin natin or yung mabubuo natin. Testing, of course, kung software yan, kailangan natin mag-conduct ng UAT or yung user acceptance test in order to validate kung yung software na bubuuin natin is functional as intended or yung hardware kung halos pareho lang din pala. So hardware, okay. So testing, after that distribution na. So we validate that the software is running as as intended and the hardware is working properly. So i-distribute na natin to sa mga for example mga COTS, yung mga commercial off the shelf, yung mga nagbebenta ng mga hardware or software products. So para yung binuo nating product ma-distribute sa mga clients or sa mga consumers. Okay? Next, use or maintenance. So dito naman, so ito yung nasa side ng end user na. So paano ba ginagamit to ng consumer o ng client? Kung software yan, ginagamit niya yung for example yung software na ginawa natin to generate a PDF. So ginagamit niya na to generate a PDF, o yung hardware yan, yung nabuong Wi-Fi router, ginagamit niya na sa bahay or sa organization. And then last phase is the disposal. So this is the decommission part of the software and hardware. So kung software yan, we need to uninstall na yung application. Or kung hardware, pwede na pwede nang ibenta uli or di kaya itabi na lang sa storage, mas safe. Instead na itapon sa mga trash bin. Baka kasi mapulot pa ng mga dumpster diver. Okay? So supply chain attacks can occur at any pace. So kahit sa requirements, design, develop, testing, distribution, use, maintenance, disposal, malicious actors can exploit these spaces at any time. Okay? So proceed na tayo sa supply chain attacks. So what is a supply chain attacks? So it happens when an attacker accesses a company's network via its vendor, suppliers, or any other portion of the supply chain. So like for example, we are the consumers ng mga product na binibili natin sa mga third party vendor, yung mga partners natin. Yung hacker can attack the third party vendor in order to have an access sa organization natin. Okay? So this is the diagram of the attack. So doon sa right pane si attacker, and then si AFP nasa left pane. So anong unang gagawin ni hacker to attack our organization? Of course, magta-try siya ng mga reconnaissance. Aalamin niya kung sino yung mga third party vendors o di kaya yung mga web application ni AFP vulnerable ba, or may mga open ports ba, or may mga sensitive information disclosure ba dun sa web application or mga system si AFP in order to gain sensitive information or to sell it on dark web once na ma-exploit nila yung web application. Pero AFP has a strong security posture. So yung attacker, yung attack niya, yung reconnaissance, yung exploitation, hindi nag-success, hindi nag-proceed, or hindi niya na-exploit yung mga web application, yung mga servers ni AFP. So anong gagawin ni hacker? Nakita niya during his reconnaissance stage, so attack failed. Nakita niya si Revolve, third-party vendor ni AFP na nagpo-provide ng mga hardware components or web application o yung mga websites. So yung attacker, puproceed siya, puproceed niya yung attack niya kay Revolve. Check niya kung yung mga web application ni Revolve vulnerable, or di kaya yung yung security practice ng mga employees ni Revolve. Kaya niya ba yung i-take advantage para magkaroon siya ng access sa yung target na organization niya talaga. So pero si Revolve is meron ding strong security posture. So ang gagawin uli ni hacker, of course, yung mga hacker, yung mga ano yan persistence yan, hindi yan titigil hanggat hindi niya makuha yung final goal niya. So nakita niya may isang third party vendor or yung vendor na to, for example, hino-host niya yung web application or yung website ni AFP on their servers. Pero itong third party vendor na to has no security posture. Yung mga web application niya outdated o di kaya may mga open ports yan na can exploit by the attacker. So yung attacker, nakita niya mga open ports, nakita niya yung mga outdated na web application, o di kaya yung mga may mga improper input validation. Yung for example, yung mga cross-site scripting attacks. So yun. Okay? Yeah, outdated or vulnerable components of the web application. Okay, so si AFP, for example, itong web application na to is like nagsasave ng mga employee records, yung mga SSS, yung mga payroll account dito sa web server na to. So, yung hacker, aatake siya sa web, sa outdated or yung vulnerable web application nito ni third party vendor. So, ang mayari, na-compromise niya yung web application ni third party vendor, and then once na ma-compromise na yung web application, anong gagawin niya? So, magla-lateral movement siya. Pupunta siya, o gagamitin niya yung itong exploited na web application ni third party para pumunta dun sa AFP. Kasi, of course, yung third party vendor have a fully trusted ni AFP. For example, merong yung third party vendor, meron siyang network access sa AFP. So, yung mga employee ni AFP can access this web application internally. So, ang ginawa ni hacker, in-exploit niya si third party vendor para kunin o di kaya para targetin yung mga employee nung target organization niya. Okay? So, next slide. Okay, of course yung supply chain attacks is very likely na mangyari due to the shortage of cybersecurity expertise. Security teams often find themselves understaffed, leading to increased workloads and an inability to effectively keep pace with their responsibilities. So ang nangyayari dito, like for example, sa isang organization, magagaling nga yung mga cybersecurity experts nila. Pero yung organization na to malaki, pero yung cybersecurity expert is kunyari tatatlo lang, 5. So yung cybersecurity experts na yon kailangan mag-multi-hat. Mag-multi-hat. For example, siya na bahala sa monitoring, siya na bahala sa VAPT, for example, or siya na rin bahala sa mga administer ng mga security technologies like yung mga firewalls, di ba? So, ma-overwhelm siya ng workload. So, yung responsibilities niya, hindi niya magagampanan. Okay? So, yeah. So, that's a problem ng karamihan ng organization is to understaff yung organization nila. Kaya yung mga cybersecurity expert nila, maraming workload. Okay. How do supply chain attacks can occur? So an attack on the supply chain takes advantage of the trust that exists between several entities. So I mentioned before na minsan yung mga organization binibigyan nila ng administrator access, yung mga third party vendor nila, o di kaya ng network access in order to for example, yung third party vendor na to is nag-host ng mga Active Directory nitong organization. Of course, itong organization na to, bibigyan niya ng fully trust tong yung nag-host ng AD nila. So, yeah, ayan yung isang typical na problema ng mga supply chain attacks na nangyayari ngayong modern era. Okay? Okay, how do supply chain attacks can occur? Major way to supply a supply chain attack assault operates is by using a supplier or vendor to spread viruses or other harmful software. So, ito yung isang example ng mga, kunyari yung mga third-party vendor is nagpo-provide sila ng mga software sa clients. Like for example, yung mga programming o di kaya yung mga web developer or yung mga web development company. So pwedeng yung attacker atakihin yung third party vendor since yung mindset lang naman nila, yung karamihan, hindi ko naman nila lahat, karamihan ng mga programmer o yung mga web developer, yung mindset nila is mag-function lang yung mga web application. Pero karamihan, ini-skip na nila yung security side ng web application since dagdag workload sa kanila. O di kaya hindi sila wala silang idea sa mga best practice ng mga secure coding development. Okay, types of supply chain attacks. Of course, the third party service. So, because the third party service, or supply chain complexity, anong ibig sabihin ng supply chain complexity? Ibig sabihin, tayong AFP, for example, meron tayong strong security posture, pero wala tayong capability to monitor ng mga application nila. So, hindi natin sure kung inaatake na ba yung third party vendor na yun. Diba? Delayed detection. So for example, na-compromise yung third party, minsan late na tayo ma-notify na na-compromise sila or di kaya na data breach. Next, trusted access. Of course, yung third party vendor, binibigyan natin ng fully access sa ating organization. And next, hardware. Stealthiness, of course, the hardware has 1,000 physical components. So, for example, merong state-sponsored hackers na naglagay ng microchip in order to have a backdoor sa organization natin. Tapos, yung product na yon binili natin, dineploy natin dito sa organization natin, and then, yung state-sponsored hacker na yon nag-connect dun sa backdoor na nilalagay nila. So, yeah. Compromise yung organization natin. Persistence, of course, because may backdoor. Pag may backdoor, anytime pwede silang kumonek dun sa hardware na nilagyan nila ng microchip. And next, complexity. Kasi hindi natin ma-detect yung single, di ka kahit parang buti lang na bigas eh. Hindi natin makita yun sa loob ng motherboard since thousands yung components ng motherboard. Okay, software, stealthy. Of course, since the software is sometimes is hosted by the supplier or remote execution. Like for example, yung third-party vendor na yun, nag-go siya ng application and then regularly, nagbibigay siya ng software updates dun sa application na in-avail mo. And then, yung third-party na yun, na-compromise yung software mismo, yung application, and then niligyan niya ng, like for example, ransomware o crypto locker in order to earn cryptocurrency. Yeah. So, remote execution, pwede niya ipadala yun, i-distribute yung payload na yun sa iba't ibang clients by using the software updates. Oh, sorry. Oh, ah, okay na. So, how organizations identify supply chain attacks? So, paano ba natin madedetect yung mga attacks na related sa supply chain? Okay. Many organizations give their workers, partners, and software an excessive amount of access and rights, of course. And an instance involves granting root or administrator privileges for the updates delivered by the third-party vendor or suppliers. So, like for example, yung third-party vendor, nagbibigay siya regularly ng software updates. Tapos yung yung application na yun na magkakandak ng updates is niran mo as a privileged user. So possibly yung server or yung endpoint na yun, and then nagpadala yung third-party vendor ng ransomware, possibly pwedeng na-encrypt yung server. Okay, let's wait. Okay. So organizations identify supply chain attacks. Cyber defender should defend against threats in all organizational contexts, including the endpoints. Ano ba yung mga endpoints? Yun yung mga workstations, yung mga mobile devices na ginagamit ng mga employees. Networks, of course, yung mga switches, routers, and cloud infrastructures. Since the cloud infrastructures is third-party, hosted or handled by AWS, Azure, or Microsoft, or Linode, or any Google Cloud platforms. Okay. How organizations prevent supply chain attacks? So, CSIRT. Ano ba yung CSIRT? So, ito yung mga Computer Security Incident Response Team composed of SOC, yung mga Security Operations Centers, o yung mga threat intelligence, security automations, ano pa ba yung member ng CERT, CSIRT, o di kaya Policy of Compliance Team, and then Enterprise Password Managers. Ano ba yung Enterprise Password Managers? Ayun yung mga application na pwede mong i-store yung password mo securely. But I will not recommend to save your password sa Google browser, you know. You can use KeePass or any application na related sa KeePass application. Purple Team, of course, Purple Team, dito natin ma-validate yung capabilities nung CSIRT natin kung kaya niya mag-incident response properly, and then yung mga security appliance ba natin, na-detect niya yung mga latest trends or yung mga latest malwares o mga malicious threat actors. BCP, meaning business continuity planning. Once for example, third-party services na-compromise, and then pumunta to sa organization mo, na-compromise yung organization mo, na ransomware, paano mo mare-recover yung mga sensitive data sa mga sensitive files mo? Of course, may BSCP ka, meron kang backup, meron kang naka-backup ng mga sensitive data. Pwede mong i-restore. Okay? Access control restrictions. Dapat hindi tayo nagbibigay ng administrator or root access sa mga third party. Kung hindi naman kailangan. Strengthen cybersecurity. Update lang ng mga policies and user awareness. Of course, user is the weakest entity of the cybersecurity. So anytime pwede silang take advantage ng mga hacker o yung mga malicious threat actors. Okay? A few examples of supply chain attacks in real world, yung SolarWinds na nangyari ng pre-pandemic. So affected organization, FARI, NASA, US government agencies, etc. Ano ba nangyari dito? Anong source nung attack na nangyari sa SolarWinds? Yung SolarWinds Orion, nung I think this is a IT network platform na kaya mag-monitor ng mga systems mo, kinompromise ng attacker, and then yung software updates nung Orion application na yun, nagbibigay ng mga software updates sa FAR-I, NASA, US government agencies, and then tinake advantage niya. Yeah. So naglagay siya ng malicious DLL dun sa Orion in order to affected itong mga FAR-I, NASA, US government. So consequences, $26 million fines, and then more than 18,000 customers affected, hindi lang yung mga affected organizations. And how it could have been prevented. So of course, dapat may secure code development tayo. Yung developer natin dapat may idea sila kung paano sila tumingin ng mga code bugs. For example, user and entity behavior analytics, dapat meron tayong detection kung ano yung mga suspicious na nangyayari sa mga workstations within the organizations. Okay? Next. Okay. This is the cyber kill chain of the SolarWinds Orion platform hack happened on pre-pandemic. So recon attackers found vulnerabilities in SolarWinds software, and then weaponization. They inserted a malicious payload into the SolarWinds Orion software, turning it into a Trojan horse. Since yung update nga na malicious update ni Orion, pinapadala niya sa mga customers. So yung customers naman, hindi nila na-detect na malicious pala yung updated na yun. So yeah, because the payload is Trojan. Delivery, malicious updates were delivered to SolarWinds customer. Exploit, attackers gain access to customer networks through the compromised software. Install, they establish a foothold within the network. Of course, yung mga na-compromise or yung mga nag-avail ng mga SolarWinds Orion, naka-receive sila ng mga malicious update. So, and then, command and control. So, this is the persistent part of the cyber kill chain. Set up remote control of compromised systems. So, anytime pwede silang mag-access doon sa mga affected organizations. And then, ano ba objective ng attacker? So, espionage, collecting sensitive data. Since more, karamihan ng customer nung SolarWinds is government entities. Okay, NotPetya. I think this is happened on 2017. Yeah, affected organization, Merck's. So Merck's is a shipping company, Mondelez, International, FedEx, etc. So this is more on European companies. Source, compromise of third-party accounting program. Since may third-party sila na nagbenta sa kanila ng application. So application is called MIDOC. So consequences, $10 billions in damages globally sa lahat ng affected organization. And paano ba mape-prevent tong NotPetya attack? So of course, BCP or backup, disaster recovery, patch management. Of course, dapat nag-update tayo o di kaya nag-update tayo ng mga operating system, nag-check tayo ng mga open ports na tapos check natin kung kailangan ba sila o hindi. Network segmentation para if ever na ma-compromise yung isang department, hindi yung tatalon sa ibang department, and then user awareness. Okay. So mabilis lang. Okay, so supply chain attacks, cyber kill chain. Okay, so yung attack na NotPetya is leverage niya yung Eternal Blue na exploit. So Eternal Blue, nangyayari to kapag may open service na SMB. So yeah, quick recap lang. What is supply chain? What is supply chain attack? How the supply chain attack works, and then you can contact us. Okay, so next. Okay, you can contact us or you can visit our booth on stall 14. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Pankubit. We were the topic that has been discussed a while ago by Mr. Pankowitz is about the supply chain in cybersecurity, whereas it has been presented well kung tayo po'y lalo-talo na nakinig ng mabuti. Para lalo po kayong ganahan for the meantime as the block is being prepared. So may we request again our Deputy Chief of Staff for C4I Star, Major General Nicanor, sir, to be on stage as the plaque of appreciation will be presented.
A plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Mr. Emilio Latina Pancubid in grateful appreciation of his invaluable participation during the AFP Cybersecurity Summit 2023 as subject matter expert. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperium, Commodore, Philippine Navy, Commander CIS Service AFP. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, kanina we have undergone the topic about the emerging threats of landscaping, the ransom attacks, ransomware attacks, the supply chain security, which has been discussed a while ago by the last speaker. So para gisingin natin yung diwa ng mga natitira pa dito, ito yata yung mga cyber warriors talaga.
Ito na inaantay natin. Ito na inaantay natin.
Talaga yung para... Actually, ito po, para magising kayo talaga, ito po may tatlo po tayo. Para lalo kayo magising, isa-isahin mo natin. So ayan na po yung ating
ating tapiola. Ito, ipakita muna natin ano yung premyo.
Ito po yung premyo. This is actually a cash voucher. So pag nabigay po natin to sa inyo, kung sino yung mananalo, you have to proceed with the booth of the I1 source.
Yes. Ano ba ito? Worth 10,000 ba ito? Worth 10,000.
Basta tumataginting po ito, makakapaglob na sa kanilang paghintay sa hapong ito, sir.
Yes. Okay. For the meantime, ito po muna. Roleta natin. Roleta. Roll.
Tingnan mo, sir. Ang kaganda ng ngiti ng ating mga participants ngayon. Yan yata yung hinihintay talaga ngayon.
Yes. Okay. Ito. So, sino ang nanalo? Congratulations to. Ako yan,
Ikaw na pala yan, sir.
Ako yan.
So, paano ba yun? Talaga palang, di ba, ganda ng ngiti mo, sir. Talagang lumulubag loob ba yung loob mo?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much daw po. Kasi, ang sinabi na lang po naman natin, yung ano lang, yung ating mga proponents lang. Kasama po kami doon, ha? Baka sa akin yung kasunod.
Baka ikaw na yung sunod.
Congratulations, sir. Talaga ikaw pa yung munti ka na mag-announce. Again, the winner is no other than Sir Fernando. And moving forward, punta na po tayo for our next presenter for this afternoon.
Yes, okay. So to continue, sir, ang ating next speaker will be talking about simplifying cybersecurity operations using AI and ML. Okay, so we will just read to you simple background para introduce ang ating speaker. Mamaya-maya po, after nitong speaker natin, we will have one more. Okay, one more. Meron 4 po ito.
Sir, dalawa na lang, sir. Baka hanapan ako, sir.
Dalawa na lang pala. Okay. Okay, so our next speaker, with almost 2 decades of experience in technical consulting in the field of cybersecurity, he is focused on helping customers achieve their vision in building robust and sustainable security programs based on critical security tools. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome the Senior Systems Engineer, Mr. Robert Valencia.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. I hope medyo gising na ulit tayo. Yung mga co-presenter natin kanina, sobrang valuable na mga information. In fact, ako rin, madami akong natutunan. Ang daming key, mga take-away dun sa kanilang mga sinabi. Siguro sa portion ko nito, I'll give justice dun sa mga na-mention nilang keywords. Unang word na na-mention nila, ransomware, XDR, and those kind of technologies like EDR, and especially yung AI, which is my role right now is to talk about this not so popular topic in the mainstream. Itong artificial intelligence. artificial intelligence specific sa domain ng machine learning. Ito yung subset ng artificial intelligence na kanina pa madalas banggitin ng ating mga co-presenter. We need to go for artificial intelligence-based technology. Why? Because marami na tayong mga ginagamit na technologies right now na very traditional, signature-based. Malamang yung antivirus natin na ngayon na hindi pa natin na-replace o hindi pa natin na-update, ang gamit pa niyan, signature-based. And kanina, they keep on saying, we have a new technology. We have a new offering, artificial intelligence. So right now, that will be my topic and give justice to those co-presenters. So, sorry. May konting technical difficulties lang po. Pero by the way, habang sineset up lang po namin yung aming presentation, babalikan ko lang, yes, dito. Artificial intelligence. And how do we simplify yung security operations natin when it comes to protecting yung devices, network, and at the same time, kanina na-mention ng nauna sa aking presenter, yung supply chain. In fact, yung expertise niya, sobrang above board. What if you don't have that skill? In fact, ako sasabihin ko, average lang ako. I don't have that kind of skill na gagawin ko yung sinabi niya. Pero there is a way to simplify ang ating security operation. And a quick glimpse, take a look at how AI has impacted yung ating buhay ngayon. Before I go to cybersecurity, open nyo yung phone nyo. Open nyo yung mga application, Facebook, YouTube. Bakit madalas pag open natin may mga several posts o several videos na related dun sa interest natin? We might wonder, bakit parang tuloy-tuloy yung feed? Minsan nakaka-consume ng oras. We spend almost 1 hour just looking at our Facebook browsing dun sa mga interest natin. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yan. So itong image na pinapakita ko sa inyo ngayon, sample lang ito ng a bit old, pero if you go to your phone right now, open your applications, Facebook, YouTube, lahat yan gumagamit ng AI. So hindi na new yung technology ng AI. Even us, we are using, on my way here, perhaps karamihan sa atin dito are using Waze. You are surprised, bakit parang yung route nagbago na naman, o kaya papunta, hindi na natin kinakailangan ng aralin yung route natin. Just type in the destination and automatically that Waze will provide you the easiest route. Of course, minsan pumapalpak. Ano yung punto ko rito? We are using AI in almost our daily life. Yun na yung trend ngayon. Yan yung direction. The reason is it simplifies. Una-una yung yung ating communication. Facebook, anytime, if you want to see someone na hindi mo na nakita before, just type in the name and automatically makikita mo yung several names and then you pick kung sino yung related sa'yo. And then some other tools. So ito yung AI yung ginagawa. And the most recent one, I'm not sure if you have used ChatGPT. Ako, parang virtual assistant ko tong ChatGPT. If I have a question, I just type my question in ChatGPT. It will provide me answers. And yung answer na yan, surprisingly, almost 99% accurate. And they will provide you reference pa nga eh. In fact, if you are a programmer, if there's any programmer here, type in requirement and just the use case for a code. ChatGPT will provide AI. So again, lagi nating in-emphasize from the first presenter kanina, AI is the way to go. And that is how we can simplify our cybersecurity operation. And itong next slide ko na to, siguro I'm not picking on the most recent incident, PhilHealth, but this is relevant. We are in a summit right now, cybersecurity, awareness. My co-presenter kanina, si Ma'am May, she presented the importance of being aware how ransomware attack an organization. And recently, although this is still an ongoing investigation, we have not yet received the conclusive report, pero the fact that this was reported as a government and us as a Filipino, I think merong impact sa atin ito. Why? We should expect na kinakailangan, even not just the government, even our own enterprises, some of the private companies here, kinakailangan walang mababalita na may ransomware sa atin. Unang-una mangyayari dito, it will stop our operation. Definitely. Right now, the recent report that I have saw, PhilHealth go back to manual filing. In fact, dapat online na, di ba? Because of this report, because of this current incident, although this is just, I'm not picking on PhilHealth, pero this incident actually shows us the importance of being aware on our current setup. Maybe we are confident na meron na tayong next generation firewall, meron na tayong next generation endpoint, meron na tayong next generation security tools. But I would also expect that PhilHealth also meron ng ganito. Other companies, not just in Philippines, even abroad, there are big companies that were also taken by ransomware. And they are very public when reporting about what happened because this is an incident kasi may policy. So, itong klaseng incident na to will tell us na talagang yung klaseng ganitong attack posibleng mangyari kahit kanino. Especially if we are not conscious kung ano yung mga nakadeploy sa current environment natin. And of course, Sesh, may policy tayo regarding data privacy and PC. We will wait for the report. I think another relevant is the NBI something, over 1 million records ang na-exfiltrate or na-upload outside. So, how is it relevant to us? Information still. How would we know na meron na pala tayong, right now nasa crisis tayo, di ba? We often mention na kinakailangan medyo protektahan natin yung ating sovereignty. Pero what if meron na palang na-target sa atin? We don't know na meron na pala tayong critical na device, especially those housing critical information, especially that we are in the AFP, marami tayong mga plans, marami tayong strategy. Probably they are documented digitally. Paano kung na-compromise yan? We don't know, na-compromise na pala sila. So this kind of reports put us in a driver's seat again to be aware. Probably, hindi lang ang mga organization na to, even private organizations, kapag ka nangyari sa kanila to, what they would do is ask themselves, ano ba yung ginagawa nating mali? Ano ba yung mga ginagawa kong mali na dapat kong baguhin and willing akong baguhin? Because we need to reflect sa mga ganitong klaseng incident. And to put it more generic, ito yung typical na makikita natin sa network infrastructure. You are familiar with, of course, firewall, endpoint device, IDS, IPS. They are the basic protection, security protection. You might have the next generation firewall in place, kagaya ng nasabi natin kanina. Meron ka ring advanced na EDR or endpoint protection. Meron ka pang on top, below your next generation firewall, meron ka pang next generation IPS. Pero how come marami pa rin kayong mababalitaan ngayon na meron pa rin nagkaroon ng attack, the most recent one? Hindi natin kinakailangan na laging pagka merong bagong technology, bili ako. Sometimes, it should be enough na maging conscious lang tayo. Baka hindi properly deployed yung ating security tool. Baka we have the next generation firewall, EDR, pero hindi sila optimized, hindi sila properly configured. Probably, nagkaroon na tayo ng mga evaluation na ginawa and there are several vendors that are providing a lot of good technologies. Unfortunately, kung hindi natin sila gagamitin tama and hindi natin sila gagawan ng programa, that will defeat the purpose of security. Vulnerability management, the earlier presenter showed us kung meron tayong mga vulnerable systems that can be exploited, yung supply chain attack, that could also happen. Some of us here, familiar tayo sa mga mobile devices na dinadala ng ating mga employees. And how would we know na once ako connect sa network, hindi na sila clean yung device, hindi sila compromised. So those questions can be answered only if you have somehow a level of this visibility from these different tools. And mind you, all these tools will provide individual console. Each of them, especially the firewall, will generate a lot of signals. Probably kapag ka nagbukas ka ng firewall dashboard, may kita mo dyan from 100 to thousands of alerts, signals. Ngayon, mag-focus lang ba ako sa firewall? Hindi, may trabaho rin ako sa endpoint. Kanina, good thing na mention. Hindi lang ginagawa ng isang employee sa atin is network. Naka-blend pa dyan ng security because we know here in the Philippines, we are not as rich from like other countries na pwede kang mag-deploy ng multiple na tao. Sometimes yung isang tao gumagawa ng 3 trabaho, 3 hats. network, administration, and security. Kung security kanina nagagawin natin yung in-explain kanina ng earlier presenter, how would we spend our time in monitoring our network? And meron tayong multiple tools. And the only way for us to do this, para magkaroon tayo ng somehow, some confidence, is to consolidate at least these 4. Pero hindi lang yan available na tools meron tayo. If you want to do some inventory, some of the things that we can do, especially if meron tayong incident na nangyari, and the most common breach, yung ransomware, we will do an incident response. And the only way for us to do incident response is to go back to logs. Ang logs, hindi yan yung typical na pupuntahan ko lang yung firewall dashboard ko, endpoint ko, and then I will report kung ano yung list na report. No, you will manually analyze yung logs na yon to identify, baka naman yung logs na yun na na-generate na yun also present din sa ibang devices. You need to manually understand and at the same time make sense kung ano yung mga logs na nakita natin and at somehow, start tayo mag-conduct ng threat hunt. May isa tayong na-compromise sa device, pero are we sure na isa lang ba talaga yung na-compromise na device natin? Baka mamaya waiting lang yung other devices to explode yung kanilang ransomware. How would we know? So again, we need to consolidate and have visibility among all these platforms. And lastly, yung tinatawag natin na NTA UEBA SOAR. This actually completes, at minimum, this complete the whole security operations center. Unfortunately, if you have all these tools, can you manage? If you don't have the right skills and the right execution, kagaya ng earlier presenter, how can you optimize yung full potential ng platform? And, babanggitin ko again, artificial intelligence. Lahat ng mga technology na to, embedded with artificial intelligence, but still, meron pa rin na-hack, meron pa rin na-compromise. Ang reason dyan is bawat individual tools, if they are using different console, run or analyzed by individual engines, kinakailangan pa rin natin mag-manual ng examination, evaluate natin, and then tayo na yung magko-consolidate. Manually, how much time do we need to spend para i-consolidate natin, i-correlate natin lahat ng mga alerts coming from these devices? And what it produced, I summarize, ito yung summary ng 3 problema natin. Highly disconnected, alam natin na fragmented ang network, lalo na kapag sa security. Delays investigation, right now we are still waiting for the report, pagka merong incident, and very expensive. Not only the device, but actually yung tao. Kasi talagang kung kinakailangan natin ay optimize, i-utilize yung full potential ng isang machine, you would go for highly skilled people. And right now talagang, even ako, adminado ako, average lang naman ako, hindi ako ganun ka-expert sa cybersecurity. But I can say, there is a way to simplify cybersecurity operation. Now, what this slide shows us that these are the options, these are the technological options that we can do. We can evaluate, pero ang challenge dyan, kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, more often than not, it only produce a lot of noise. Sobrang daming alerts na nakakayang i-produce ng bawat devices to the point na overwhelm na yung magmamanage ng security tool na to. So, instead na makatulong, nagkaroon pa ng parang chaotic na environment. Wala nang focus. Hindi ka na makapag-formulate ng program mo kasi whenever you go for cybersecurity, you start from scratch and then you continuously develop. Hindi pwedeng you are stuck with a program designed last year and then until this year, same program pa rin. You need to continually adapt, especially na maraming cyber attacks na bago. Kaya nga madalas sinasabi natin AI, because AI is the way dahil hindi natin kinakailangan mag-manually develop ng mga rules, conditions, signatures para lang maka-adapt dun sa mga bagong attacks. And mind you, even hackers, they use AI. They use machine learning. They develop their own malware. In a matter of seconds, they can produce 100 or 1,000. Probably, if you are using traditional tools and you don't have visibility to consolidate all these things, yun ang problem natin. So we need to address that thing. So ito yung common na nakikita natin struggle, even though you get the most advanced technology. Lateral movement attack. There's a good explanation earlier na nakita natin. Meron tayong mga IP-enabled devices. Camera, IP-based camera. Printer, who would suspect a printer? Kayang mag-emanate yan ng isang control. Because it's IP. Anything na kinonect natin sa network at meron siyang IP address, that can be a potential victim. And that is true. Kaya yung supply chain kanina na na-mention, there's no tool right now or device or protective tool that can be deployed dun sa mga IP-based technologies na yun. Kasi hindi sila designed similar to a workstation or a server na kaya nilang mag-house ng antivirus or EDR. Kaya kailangan natin gawin another way of monitoring. And that is through the network. Kaya yung lateral movement na to, pinapakita nito is, pinapakita nito na meron tayong multiple devices that can be compromised. For as long that we have the visibility, we can stop the attack. Paano yun? Sorry. This is just a representation. Ito yung traditional na plane. Makikita nyo, ang daming buttons, ang daming, anong ginagawa kasi ito, siguro common din ito sa AFP siguro. Marami kayong mga tools na maraming buttons o kaya mga gumagamit pa ng mga traditional technologies. So imagine if you are flying a plane, tapos ganito yung ginagamit mo, ang daming buttons, daming telemetries, and you will manually calculate kung para makarating ka lang ng safe sa destination mo. Parang hindi naman siguro worthwhile sa panahon na ilang oras siguro bago ka makarating sa destination mo. So you need to simplify. The only way to simplify that is The only way to simplify that is kumuha ka ng panibagong technology, advanced technology that will eliminate yung complexities na ginagawa ng tao na to. Yung manual calculations, of course there will still be some manual intervention. Hindi naman natin pwedeng hayaan na lang yung machine na pagka-plug ko dyan, tatakbo na lang on its own. Although meron mga autopilot planes ngayon, but they are just a second option. Hindi siya pwedeng on a day-to-day basis, lagi na lang autopilot. Kailangan pa rin by manual, may piloto. So ngayon, relate natin sa cybersecurity. Can a security program automatically detect and respond to all common cyber threats? Yes, it can be done. Paano? You have the best firewall, you have the best EDR, you have the best other security tools, i-consolidate natin. And when we consolidate, we can identify most common attack. Common lang mga ito. Ransomware is very common, pero unfortunately, nag-e-evolve. So ransomware, phishing, insider threat, DDoS, and the ultimate one, data leak exfiltration. Of course, ayaw natin ito. Na mabalitaan na meron sa ating terabytes of data exfiltrated, downloaded somewhere in the internet and being bought or being binibenta sa mga, other countries natin. The indicator question to know kung kaya ba nating i-detect and respond, mag-conduct ng automatic detection and response, lahat ba ng security data ko nasa isang repository. There's a solution for that, SIEM. Unfortunately, kapag SIEM, especially yung mga traditional na SIEM ang gagamitin natin, very manual. You can throw all the data, you can throw all the logs, but what's next? You can have all the syslog, you can have all the Windows event, pero paano naman yung ating detection? Gagawin mo yon in a matter of 3 or 6 months para makapag-develop ka ngayon ng corresponding and exact rules and conditions. Kasi iiwasan mo na magkaroon at mag-generate tayo ng hundreds or thousands of false positive. Kasi the more na gumagawa tayo, for example, everybody here, if we are presented a paper and then we are asked to interpret kung ano yung content ng paper, 100% sasabihin ko na magkakaiba yung interpretation natin. Of course, meron ako sariling interpretation kasi may sarili akong experience. May mga sarili akong network of community. Each and every one of us can present a different interpretation of that paper. Ngayon, sa technology, kung gagawa tayo ng specific na rule or condition sa security, magkakaroon tayo ng iba't ibang condition. Hindi yun magkakaroon. Kaya kinakailangan ang naging direction ngayon to eliminate that kind of bias because my experience is based on my own experience. It cannot be used by others unless we talk. We agreed na ganito yung gagamitin natin na condition. We need to eliminate that form of bias. Kaya yung mga machines ngayon, generated through AI is the way to go. How much human effort goes into correlating events? Can responses be automated and coordinated across multiple tools? Yes, especially if tools are not locked down to a single vendor. You are using a certain firewall or endpoint right now, and all of a sudden, you realize there's a good technology in the market now, and you want to buy, kaya lang naka-lock in ka. You need a tool na kahit na magbago ka every year, every now and then, or even if you gather several firewalls or endpoints in your environment, wala tayong magiging problema when it comes to consolidation, when it comes to integration. ROI improving or worsening well, of course, we invested sa isang technology. We expect na merong return. And the return is simply put, kinakailangan, simplified yung operations natin. So the only way for us to combat today's threat, eliminate yung complexity. Actually, complexity is a very underrated word. Para sa akin nga, hindi nga dapat siya. More on chaos. Kung meron kang a minimum of 5 or 6 or 7 tools, tapos lahat yun i-monitor mo manually, very chaotic yung ating trabaho siguro, no? Ang dami nating gagawing consolidation, dami nating gagawing manual correlation. So, what we need to do, eliminate that kind of complexity. And most security team deal with this security stack, resemble like this. Ito yung sinasabi ko, we need to do autopilot. Of course, may tao pa rin naman, hindi nawawala. But at least, some of the manual or mundane tasks na gagawin mo, the cybersecurity operation, eliminated na. Ibigay mo na yan sa machine because the machine can work hundreds of hours a day or a week, a month, na hindi sila napapagod tuloy-tuloy. In fact, a machine can do what we can do, yung mga normal tasks in a matter of seconds. So leave it to the machine, enabled machine that can can automate most of the tasks na ginagawa natin regularly, analyzing data, manual sifting through the different alerts. So what we need to do is go autopilot, go machine learning. And what is machine learning? What is artificial intelligence in cybersecurity? Statistics. Math lang naman talaga yung AI. And they developed, and some, actually, a decade ago, hindi naman bago yung AI sa cybersecurity. A lot of tools before already introduced artificial intelligence sa cybersecurity, and it's actually based on AI. Statistics. For example, everybody here, dumaan tayo sa gate kanina, and that gate will scan us, tapos aalamin kung ano yung characteristic natin, from our hair down to our toe, aalamin kung ano yung ating, ang ating physical characteristic. Ngayon, all of a sudden, yung pangalan ko, may pumasok na different yung characteristic. That gate should tell us na merong pumasok na Robert na hindi yun si Robert. Kasi previously may nakita kami na pumasok dito yung characteristic niya, ganito yung kanyang mata, yung kanyang buhok, kanyang toe. So that kind of intelligence, siguro kayang gawin ng isang ng isang tao lang, siguro, a guard. Pero kung meron tayong million na papasok sa gate na yan, in a matter of seconds, bubulusok yan. Can a single person or 2 or 10 or 100 of people can do and scan all those million people? Yun yung purpose natin. That's why we need to do. Kasi sa cybersecurity, sa discipline na to, hindi lang natin binabantayan 100 alerts, 1,000 alerts, actually million alerts yan. If you combine from day one that you installed a device, they already generate a lot of data. So there are 2 ways for us to harness the power of AI, machine learning. First, is the unsupervised machine learning. Ang ginagawa ng unsupervised machine learning is, will allow the machine to learn kung ano yung bawat behavior ng device, ng users, ng network. So, the machine will conduct an analysis at the level of the user. It will conduct an analysis at the level of the network. It will also conduct analysis at the level of devices. So, doon na ba natapos yun? The machine will correlate those data. Hindi na natin kinakailangan na i-manually correlate yung data na yun. So, with our tool that can do machine learning with all the parameters coming from these devices, users, and network, we can simplify security operation. Even if I don't have the expert level in analyzing data, because I have the machine, I am enabled. I am empowered kasi kinakailangan ko lang naman every day whenever I want to investigate any occurrence of an incident, I would go to my dashboard and that dashboard will represent kung meron bang attack na nangyari. Another thing is supervised machine learning. Of course, this is based on data. And in that supervised machine learning is somewhat parang labeling lang. Kailangan lahat ng mga characteristic may labeled as bad and good. So yun, supervised machine learning. So there are 2 ways of using machine learning into our advantage. So as a workflow for Security Operations Center, this is the typical approach. Collect data. Kasi an AI will be useless kung wala siyang nakuhang quality data. Yun ang totoo. Magkaroon ka ng advanced na AI machine, pero walang bumato sa kanyang data, walang silbi. So the only reason that an AI or machine learning can work properly or effectively, kinakailangan may quality data yan. And ito yung promise namin, regardless kung anong vendor, kung anong type ng device, especially if they are related to security event, just throw it to a machine that can do the machine learning. Regardless kung magpalit kayo every year, magdagdag kayo ng additional na firewall, endpoint, a machine could do at the very least this. Accommodate every type of endpoint, every type of firewall, every type of data sources. So the next thing that the Security Operations Center will do, throw it at a central repository, normalize, and enrich. By the way, yung enrichment na to, very manual. Unless you have a tool that will automatically enrich a data once it comes into your network. Kasi yun yung trend ngayon. Hindi na kinakailangan para magkaroon ako ng contextual information for a certain device, kinakailangan manually, itatag ko to na user ito ng ganitong network organization. Dapat automatic na yun. And now, saan naglalaro yung ating machine learning? Ito yung tinatawag namin na detection. So this will play a major role after we collect the data, automatically collect the data, run our machine learning to those data, and identify. We'll just need to see and investigate all the details presented by the solution. And the next level of correlation, machine learning based, ang tinatawag namin na incident. Yung ransomware incident na yan can be easily identified if there are present or lurking sa environment through machine learning. They don't need to manually check devices, just feed the data in the machine and the machine will do it for you. And investigate and response, as the last cycle of Security Operations Center, after magkaroon tayo ng detection, identified natin na mayroong incident, for example, ransomware, dapat ma-prevent na natin yung spread nito. That is what we call integration sa mga proactive tools natin. Dito papasok yung deep and bi-directional integration to whatever protection tools that you have. So what do we really want to emphasize dito sa after artificial intelligence and our platform? We emphasize heavily on open integration. You should not be limited by any type of device kapag gusto mo siyang integrate sa network. Dapat, regardless kung anong device yan, open yung platform to integrate. Next is automate. We need to automate the manual task na normally gagawin ng isang tao for several days. Kinakailangan na-automate natin yung manual task na yan. And consolidation, the reason is that this kind of graphical view can be presented to any analyst kahit na hindi ganun ka-high level ang kanyang skill. Mas madali ko na mai-interpret na meron pala akong attack na nangyayari. Compromise na pala yung user ko, compromise pala yung device ko. So yung nakikita nyo dito, merong 3 parameters dyan. Merong device, may user, may services, may process. So how can you correlate that manually? Kaya naman, pero gaano katagal? But with the machine, just leave it for several days. It will do the analysis. It will present to you kung ano yung relation. The proximity of each event presented by all those devices can be interrelated, can be connected, can be stitched for as long that they have relation. So the only way to go is AI. And to make it short, from the starting point of collecting data, we need to automate. We need to be open. We need to be ready for all available data sources, especially for the security team. Detection, investigate, response. A good use case for this is this one. What if meron tayong, let's just say, a typical organization downloaded and received an email embedded with a phishing URL. Siguro sa firewall kaya i-prevent ito. Lalo na kung yung firewall na yon can detect yung external IP address, tag as phishing website. Kaya. Pero alam naman natin may mga nakakalusot pa rin. Lalo na kung mga bagong website na hindi pa sila na-analyze. Yung threat intelligence comes into play. Unfortunately, threat intelligence need to be updated. Paano kung hindi kayo integrated sa updated na threat intelligence? So, phishing detection can also happen, can also get passed through our firewall. Next is malware detection. Downloaded the website kasi nakalusot, and then the CEO suddenly, because of that file that was downloaded from a phishing website, execute automatically yung kanyang purpose, which is to access a file server, which happened. I'm not saying that is a very conclusive report, pero sa NBI, a terabytes amount of data was exfiltrated, sabi. Pero we don't want that kind of report, di ba? So a file server, kapag ka nagkaroon ito ng attack, compromise yan. NTA, so what we need to do is consolidate all these tools so that we can have complete visibility. So we complete the workflow from detection, from collection of the data, detection, investigate, and up to the response. So simplify the workflow. A simple analyst, one guy, can do the whole workflow without relying to another teammate. Ito yung sinasabi na, we can simplify security operation. You don't need a group of people para mag-manage ng security operation. Kasi alam natin, ngayon may direction na kinakailangan, may cyber security operations center tayo. And in fact, kinakailangan may response team din. And same team will use the security operation tool. So, a single person can do the whole workflow na sinabi ko kanina. And to wrap up, this is what we need. We need to simplify. Simply connect all your devices to the platform. A platform that can automatically consolidate the data and won't hesitate to capture all those data. Simply automate every manual task na kinakailangan gawin ng isang analyst, leave it to the machine, and simply automate. And that's all. I hope I gave you an education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Valencia. A plaque of appreciation. Sana yung kopya ko. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Mr. Robert Valencia in grateful recognition of his invaluable participation during the Afp Cybersecurity Summit 2023 as subject matter expert on simplifying cybersecurity operations using AI and ML. Given this 26th day of September 2023 at AFP COC. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Commodore Philippine Navy, Commander, CIS Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines. Thank you very much, sir. One, two, three. Akala ko, sir, tinakbo mo na yung mga sobre.
Hindi, sir. Kasi, tama, ang ganda naman ang ngiti ni sir. Sabi niya, ito na ang pagkakataon yata natin. Kahit yata sila ma'am, nagngingitian
Yes,
na.
pahiram ako ng isa. Okay. Okay, sige. Pahiram ako nito. Okay, sir. Kanina po, napanonood ko yung pangalan ko yung lumabas dyan. Kinuha ko yung buong sobre. But actually, ito muna. Okay. But actually, marami pala siya. Okay. Gusto ko sana kunin lahat pero nakakonsensya naman.
Meron pa tayo ibang winners po.
Okay, so we will be distributing this one through our raffle. Ready ba yung raffle na rin?
By the way po, yung kaninang dalawang una nating tinawag, si Sarge Calderon at saka si Sir Salazar, yung may proceed na daw po dun sa ating kaninang booth, yung kaninang, yung may picture at saka yung sa ID, paki-approach na lang daw po agad yung si ma'am doon kasi para ma-release na niya sa inyo yung prize nyo. Okay po? Kung nandito pa po yung nanalo na yon.
Yes, and later on, after po ng last na presenter natin, ng lecturer natin, we will have the panel discussion. So, should you have any questions regarding sa mga lecturers natin doon sa mga topics na diniscuss nila, you may do so ask during the panel discussion natin mamaya after ng last presenter
Tama
natin.
yun, sir. Para at least, if they have their, they still have some questions in mind, maliwanagan pang mabuti.
Yes.
Kung ano nga ba talaga yung napapaloob dun sa bagay na ipinesent
Yes,
ng ating
okay.
mga
So
presenters.
should you have any mga clarifications towards the certain topics presented earlier, yun yung chance natin na magtanong. Okay, so
So moving forward, may we request our facilitator to let the relate
roll
in.
ang ating tambiolo. Congratulations to Coast Guard. I think it is Coast Guard CPO Absar S. Ako.
Okay. So isa lang po yan. Sir, ganun yan.
Sa booth po ng yung I1
Opo.
booth. Puntahan niyo po
Diyan
yung
po
I1.
yung sa booth number 18, sir. So, approach lang po kayo doon sa ating booth number 18 para at least may transfer yan dyan sa GCash nyo.
Yes, okay. So next,
Next
roll
po.
ang ating tambiolo.
O, diba nagingitian na talaga sila, sir? Siguro mamaya may itatanong sila. Baka
Oo nga.
mamaya nga lang maging ano
Oo.
pa pong mapapanalunan?
Congratulations, Neil C. Rubia. Ikaw ba ay nandito?
Okay. One of our pass operators.
Okay, sige, roll ulit yung tambiolo para mabilis tayo.
Okay, diretso lang po natin ng tambiola para wag lang po agad i-reveal.
Congratulations to yun.
Lieutenant Colonel
Colonel.
Rodrigo Quinto, Signal Corps General Staff for Philippine Army. Nandito pa po ba? So I think we
Wala.
have to count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're
Wala,
very sorry.
wala po. Okay, sige, roll ulit na ating
Sorry
tambiolo.
pa naman na, sir. Ako na lang sana agad tinawag, di ba, sir, no?
Congratulations sa ating next winner na si Jestoni B. Nastor. Ikaw
Yes.
ba ay nandito, Mr.
Nandito po
Nastor?
ba?
Wala?
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dahil wala,
Yes, okay. Sige, isa pa.
isa na lang ulit. Pag wala ho, babalik tayo sa kanina nating traditional na ginawa. Favorite po ni Sir Ronald,
Okay.
the bring me, para mapabilis ang kauntian.
Apprentice Seaman Javier. Wala din?
Andito po. Ayaw
Nandito.
bang kunin?
Oh, yun. Okay.
Okay,
Sige, isa pa.
isa pa ho.
Okay.
Congratulations again, Apprentice man na Javier.
Sa I1 na yan, sa I1 booth, number
Number 18.
18. Congratulations to Javelin Corpus.
Okay po.
Wala?
I think we have to count. Again, we're calling the attention of Lieutenant Colonel Javelin Corpus, Philippine Army of SASAP. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Siguro medyo may busy lang na kailangan i-attend. Okay, pwede
Sige.
ho, kotleta ho uli natin.
Isa pa. Ringo Tano. Congratulations
Ringo
sa iyo.
Tano.
Ikaw ba ay nandito?
Again, we're calling the attention
Wala.
of Ringo Tano.
5, 4, 3, 2, and wala. Wala. Sige, isa pa. Iyon, alam ko nandito to, si Sir Gadula.
Lieutenant Commander Sosimo P. Gadula, Philippine Navy. Naku, bibilangan
Congratulations,
ko na
sir.
po yan. Talagang nag-attention agad si Sir, oh. So again po, doon sa ating po mga nananalo na ating gift certificate voucher.
Yan,
You could claim
congratulations.
it at I1 booth, which is actually booth number 18.
Okay, so ito po yung last natin for this set ng ating raffle. Sige, sino naman kayang susunod na manalo? CG Piotr Romel Fabros. Ayun pala.
Once again, congratulations to all the winners. Again, you may claim and approach the booth of I1, which is actually booth number 18, so that you could encash that through your GCash application.
Yes, okay. Napakaswerte naman ng mga nanalo, no? Sa mga hindi pa po nanalo, manalangin po kayo.
Dahil yung ating pong pinamigay kanina is about 300 cash voucher.
Yes.
So meron pa po tayo natitira.
Oh, take 500 and
At saka
1,000 yung
pesos.
isa. Okay, so abangan nyo yan mamaya.
So moving forward, sir, with our last speaker for this afternoon, kindly introduce him to
Yes,
our
okay. So
participants.
she will be speaking about public-private partnership with cybersecurity.
So actually, it's my honor po pala. Sabi ko kay Sir siya na. So it's my honor to introduce who will be tackling about public-private partnership in cybersecurity. She is an IT professional and has been with IT SDI for 4 years, providing hands-on experience, specializing in the implementation, solutions architecture, and administration of security solutions, with a proven track record of developing and executing robust security strategies. She is dedicated in protecting organizations against cyber threat by conducting best practice configurations and deployment of security solutions to different sectors and organizations.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome systems engineer,
Ms.
Ms.
Jezabel
Labro.
Big
Palakpakan po
round of
natin.
applause, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Are we still good? Yeah. So please hang in there. This is the last topic for today's session, actually. So we will be tackling about the private or public and private partnership in cybersecurity. So earlier, they tackled about the cybersecurity solutions, EDR, XDR, network security, and other methods on how we can improve our cybersecurity posture. So right now, I'll be tackling naman about what are the benefits of the private sectors on the public sectors as well as and vice versa. So my agenda will be, I'll just be giving you a highlights on the current threat landscape. Next is the NIST cybersecurity framework and how it helps us improve our infrastructures. Three is the benefits of public and private partnership in cybersecurity for public and private sectors. Information sharing and analysis centers for creations and motivations. And of course, I'll be giving an example of a successful PPP or public and private partnership. And lastly, we are also carrying Trellix solutions. So if you're familiar with previous FireEye and McAfee, their merger right now is Trellix. So we also deploy different solutions coming from Trellix to government and other public sectors. So to start, we have here the current cybersecurity threat landscape. So as you can see here, it is mentioned or stated that exploit and phishing is actually the two most used vector when it comes to the attacks. So the attackers are already using the vulnerabilities in your applications that we're using, legitimate applications, either it's Microsoft Word, PDF Explorer, and etc. Also, one is phishing. So we know naman na email security is really one of the most used vectors ng attackers natin. They leverages yung mga vulnerabilities or weaknesses ng employees. They send you URLs, attachments, malicious attachments. They even impersonate one of your key personnel or stakeholder. So they might impersonate your boss, asking you to send them money and etc. So those kind of attacks, they're using social engineering already when it comes to attacks. They don't just use malwares and etc. because those can already be detected by EDRs. Email security already have an antivirus, anti-malware capabilities. So if they want to bypass those type of telemetries. That's why they use the social engineering when it comes to trying to enter your environment, so through phishing emails. And also it is as you can see here, government is actually one of the most targeted industries of the attackers. So this just pertains or pinapakita lang dito na government is really one of the most vulnerable vectors or vulnerable sectors when it comes to cybersecurity attacks. When it comes to nation-state activities, China is actually one of the most contributors of nation-state activities. And Philippines actually is the number one, or Philippines actually led the list of countries with the most nation-state detections, with 34% out of 100% nation-state activities conducted all over the world. So it only means that Philippines actually have is really targeted when it comes to nation-state activities and attacks. So they really targets our country. So we must improve our infrastructure for us to be able to combat this type of attacks. So how can we improve our infrastructures? So later on, I'll be discussing the different frameworks on how we can conduct the best practices when it comes to improving our infrastructures. I mentioned earlier how email security threat landscape or email security is actually one of the most commonly used vectors when it comes to cybersecurity attacks. And as you can see here, we observed on the previous trend landscape, government is the number one target of the attackers, as well as email security. Government is still one of the most targeted sectors when it comes to email security. And the most used or prevalent email malware tool used is the form book. So this one, they harvest all the information entered to a specific form, and they use it for data stealing. This can just be rewarded for data stealing through forms. So how do those attacks unfold? Actually, this is the attack life cycle. So as you can see, actually the first steps or the first steps on the attack life cycle is actually initial reconnaissance. Those attackers will study all your environments, all the organization's environments, and find vulnerabilities. They will search, paano kaya namin ito mapapasok, yung organization na to. Though they have unpatched applications, yung mga employees ba nila, they're aware with cybersecurity, are they trained, and etc. So once they identified a vulnerability from your organization, they will now do initial access or initial compromise. Initial compromise, once they gain access on your environment, it might be through phishing. You click the link, yung link na redirect ka into a malicious website, na harvest yung informations nyo or even your credential. Now, he can now have access to your system. So after the initial compromise, pag nasa environment na sila, they will now establish their foothold. So how do they establish foothold? One, they can use backdoor. So they can create backdoor so they will be able to enter your environment anytime they want. Then they will escalate privileges, steal credential data, steal password through password hash dumping, and etc. So now they have all the credential they need. They can now move laterally to your systems through RDP or remote desktop protocol. So they can now search for more data from your systems. Kung merong access sa different branches, they can now access it through RDP. And now, they will maintain their presence by installing more backdoor installing more malwares in your environment para if ever na ma-shutdown nyo yung backdoor, they still have other backdoors to enter your environment. But even if they already got the information they need, they already completed their mission, that doesn't mean na hindi na sila makakapasok sa environment nyo. There might still be the backdoor are still there, and they can still enter your environment anytime they want. So how do we combat those threats or attacks? This is an NIST cybersecurity framework, if you're familiar with this. So this framework was an example of a public and private partnership product. So this is a productive cooperation framework for improving your infrastructures to combat threats. So one, it has 5 pillars: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. For identify, it just simply means what are your assets? We can protect what we can't identify, right? So what we don't know what we don't know. So we should be able to identify all our assets in our environment. So there are several tools that can be used for identification. We can also use unified platforms for us to be able to gain visibility on all the assets that we have. XDR can give you the visibility on all your assets. We can integrate different data sources in one platform and gain visibility on what we have on our environment. And once we identify what are all assets, the next step is how can we protect those assets, right? We will be implementing appropriate safeguards. One, for endpoint vector, we can implement endpoint protection. It can have traditional capabilities, antivirus, anti-malware. For behavioral, it can have exploit guards. So those things was discussed already earlier. Next is detect. Once we already protected all our assets, how can we detect naman yung mga attacks that are already on our environment? So of course, we will implement appropriate activities to identify occurrences of cybersecurity events. What are those sample activities? There are private sectors that helps public sectors do network assessment. Next, compromise assessment. What are the differences of the two? We conducted actually on one of the units here, I will not be disclosing it, but we conducted network assessment. So those network assessment, we place a network security appliance detecting the inbound and outbound traffic on your network, detecting callback detection. We provide callback detections, binary downloads. We detected some malicious binary downloads. There are some internal workstation communicating to a CNC servers. So those capabilities can be part of the continuous monitoring for us to be able to detect the activities that are occurring already on our environment. Next is the compromise assessment. What if may nangyari na? Pero hindi natin alam kung saan nanggagaling, sino yung mga affected, what are the workstations that was affected already. So compromise assessment is also one of the initiatives ng private sectors to help public sectors identify those types of attacks. One, how do we do it? One is we can install endpoint detection and response, which was discussed earlier by one of the speakers. Endpoint detection and response can actually detect those moving laterally. Network security can monitor the inbound and outbound traffic, but on workstation to workstation, we can use endpoint detection and response. So those types of initiatives, compromise assessment, network assessment, it can help us do the continuous monitoring for detection. So let's say, for example, we already detected all those occurrences, events. So let's say, for example, for the meantime, we have detected some workstation doing some malicious activities, are infected by malwares and etc. So how can we respond? Private sectors also have other activities conducted to our public partners. One is the incident response. We quarantine the workstation that are infected by that specific malware. Two, when it comes to the network, what are we going to do once na may affected IPs if it is communicating to an outside CNC or an external CNC already? Of course, we can block that external server that we're connecting to para hindi na tayo makakonect doon, right? So that's on firewall. Incident response may include investigation and also cleanup of those types of infections. So may cleaning tayong ginagawa. Next is, after we responded to the specific alert, let's say for example, there are already a drastic damage. May mga encryptions na nangyari. Hinihinga na tayo ng ransoms for those ransomwares kasi encrypted na yung files natin. How do we recover from those types of disasters? One best practice is the backup and recovery. So sir, kaso yung backup namin nasa server din na infected. So hindi rin natin ma-recover yun. So that's why private sectors helps the public sectors identify the best practices. One best practice, do not back up your data on the same server kung saan yung binackup natin. Kasi pag infected yon, the backup will also be infected. Hindi na natin ma-recover yon. That's why we have to back it up on a different server. So, some of the solutions are already innovated. So they already have like rollback. May mga features na sila like rollback remediations. So some EDRs already have those types of capabilities. So Trellix also have those types of capabilities. So reasons and incentives for both private and public sectors. So I want to focus on two main reasons. One is the intelligence sharing. Two is the expertise. So private sectors has the expertise and the capabilities, specializations to help you with your initiatives. So let's say, for example, I want to have this project that want to give security awareness to all the public sectors, to all the agencies that we cater. So private sectors can actually provide those types of training. So like what we are doing right now, this is one sample of public and private collaboration. So we are doing some cybersecurity awareness training for you to be able to know what are the cybersecurities right now, what are the trends, technologies, and what are the things that we must consider when it comes to the best practices in policy making. So one thing that was mentioned here is the opportunity to influence obligatory standards as well as the legislative policies. So private sectors one of the things that may be done when it comes to public and private sectors is the collaboration when it comes to the policy making. Private sectors have the knowledge and the threat intelligence or the intelligence to provide or to identify what are the best practices or effective policies to be conducted based on your cybersecurity posture. And also on the government or the public sector side is a better understanding of the industry. So having better understanding on the industry will make you or the government provide the policies that are effective on each environment. Which industry is the most targeted of what malware, what attacks or what actors, what threats and tactics and techniques. So those types we can curate security solution architecture to help you improve your infrastructure to combat those threats. Next is one example is also what I have mentioned earlier is the information sharing and analysis center. So this one is a platform for information sharing of public and private sectors. So one is saving money. Being part of this organization can help you save money by not subscription or by having an access on all the informations shared by the public and private sectors. And having those informations can help you with your analysis. Let's say, for example, your analysts want to analyze a specific threat. They can leverage the information shared on this platform and curate or analyze the vulnerabilities, threats, IOCs involved on the specific attack or activity. Next is be part of the group. So being part of the group gives you the ability to share your ideas and experience and also collaborate with other experts and of course curate different frameworks, curate different standards and different policies best practices on specific vulnerabilities. Next here is, I have mentioned already, the access to the knowledge and expertise. Public sectors will have an access to the knowledge and experiences of the private sectors, knowing that the private sectors really focuses on a specific specialties, specific expertise, and etc. So these are sample lang ng capabilities of ISAC. So number one is the information sharing. You will have the visibility on the threats, informations, incident informations, what is the specific incident, what is the IOCs, or what are the involved actors, what are their initiatives, their campaigns, so how they will attack or what are the stories of their specific attacks. So for you to be able to create also or to improve your infrastructure to be able to combat a specific threat investigated. Also the vulnerabilities, how do we mitigate or how do we create mitigating measures for specific threats? Those will also be available on the platform, as well as the best practices. So having these informations can really help you with cybersecurity resilience. Next is analysis of vulnerabilities and threat analysis, information analysis. ISAC members can give you the service for threat analysis, information analysis, and also give you knowledge on how to do such activities. Also, trust building. So added value for public and private sectors. Trust building is really one of the most, let's say, for example, important thing when it comes to trust, public and private sectors partnership. There must be trust on both sectors. So how do we build trust on each other? One is add value. We must let them know, or we must prove our value to them. So let's say, for example, for private sectors, what are our value on private sectors? We implement different security solutions based on best practices. We recommend configurations, best practices, and also we collaborate with you when it comes to solution architecturing based on your challenges. So the collaboration will give will provide our value to the public is our expertise. Next is punctuality. So this one is really, I think, debatable in the Philippines kasi we have this what we call the Filipino time. So punctuality is actually one of the quality that can help us build trust with each other. So with public and private sectors. So punctuality will show na enthusiastic ka to work with them. When you're interested to work with them, they'll see na you're enthusiastic, you want to help them with their challenges by just showing on time. Kasi pag hindi tayo nag-show on time, of course, they will interpret it as you're not really interested on what you're working with. So his expertise, dedications, and capacity building. The private sectors can actually help the public sector build capacity with their people. So we can give you trainings, cybersecurity. We can help you with your cybersecurity events, initiatives, and etc. So just like what we're doing right now. So this is just an example of a successful PPP. So this is the National Cybersecurity Center. So makikita natin dito on what they're doing for the public sectors. So they're defending the digital infrastructures. They're also understanding yung environments ng public sectors for them to be able to create standards, policies that would be effective for a specific industry. So they're really focused on addressing your challenges and also improving your cybersecurity infrastructures and also your cybersecurity posture. So kung saan kayo lacking, we can actually create a solution for that. And also, of course, the innovation and technologies of the private sectors can help you with your challenges. Let's say, for example, you have challenges managing all your tools. I think the Stellar Cyber also mentioned about simplifying. So they have an XDR that simplifies all the tools. So actually, those types of challenges can also be addressed by private sectors. And the private sectors can also do incident response for the public sector. So if you're part of the public-private partnership, you will be able to gain or to leverage yung expertise ng private sectors when it comes to cybersecurity incident response and other capabilities. We also provide, or the private sectors can also give you, yan nga, yung, when it comes to cybersecurity awareness trainings, we can provide or we can help you conduct those types of trainings on different sectors and branches. So those are part of the values of private sectors to public sectors. And we have here, lastly, is Trellix Solutions and how it addresses cyber challenges. So as you can see here, as mentioned earlier, actually Trellix is the merger of the FireEye and Afp Solutions. So as part, FireEye and Afp complements each other and created this single platform for all the solutions that you have. So let's say, for example, you want network security monitoring for detecting those that are already in your environment. We do have different security stacks like the endpoint security. For endpoint security, we do have forensic agent, Trellix email security, network security, data protection. So what is the data protection for Trellix? Data protection is actually the data loss prevention and data loss protection of Trellix. So we can protect your data from being stolen. So let's say, for example, there are other entities that that will get your data. It will automatically be encrypted if it is not part of your organization. There are such there are such policies that we can set sa solution itself. So let's say, for example, I think let's just focus on a simple structure of a company. My IT department and also there's a HR department, right? So those informations from HR can't be shared with IT as long as IT is not concerned. So if a specific file, confidential file is sent via Teams, via Messenger, via any other sharing medium to IT, it will automatically be blocked. It will automatically be encrypted and it will automatically be destroyed through our policies, depending on the classification that you have set. So let's say, for example, shinare mo naman siya via device. Nag-USB ka kasi hindi siya ma-share via Teams nadidetect siya. So may external tool tayong ginamit. It will still be blocked kasi meron tayong device protection. So we can set a policy na it is not allowed to transfer confidential files to an external tool. Like, let's say, for example, even if it's phone, via USB, flash drive, we can also set such policy. So for cloud security, we can, though most government or public sectors here in the Philippines still don't adopt to cloud, we are still on-premise, but we also provide you the visibility on your cloud infrastructures. So let's say, for example, what are the things that is accessing all your files on the cloud, or on your cloud infrastructures? Are they employees? Are they trusted? Are they not? Of course, we can create policies pa rin. All of the things are based on policies that we can curate for us to be able to detect and block those types of unwanted connections. For email security, we do have anti-spam, antivirus, and also it has a capability to detect those impersonations. So, paano natin ma-detect yung impersonations? So, for example, there's an email, tapos it is impersonating your CEO, pero wala siyang previous relationship or emails, connections coming from your different entities. So, of course, email security will be able to detect this as malicious activity. Kasi wala pa siyang deep relationship with your environment, but it is also already asking you for some money or some documentations. It will be detected as malicious activity. And of course, it is backed by the threat intelligence. So it is actually one of the differentiator of Trellix, the expertise that they have. knowing that they were a merger of FarEye as well as the McAfee, yung threat intel natin is hindi lang nanggagaling sa isang source. It is coming from Trellix, it's coming from FarEye and McAfee. So there are threat campaigns available to be used by the public sectors, and global threat intelligence of McAfee is already embedded on our technologies. So you can already leverage yung mga threat intel na na-find ng mga researchers namin, ng mga threat hunters natin, yung mga incident responders natin, and etc. So, meron din tayo mga product research team that continuously innovates and improves yung technology ni Trellix based on the current threat landscape. So if there are new threats emerging on the wild, of course, we will be innovating to be able to combat those types of threats. And of course, on top, we have the different experts from Trellix, the SecOps analysts or analysts that are operating or managed services, IT ops, researchers, hunters, and our partner and MSS. So that is the single pane of glass technology of Trellix, and we can already ingest different data sources to our technology. And on the Trellix Management Console, we have the Trellix Helix, our XDR solution, Trellix EDR or HX, our forensic agent. So let's say, for example, you have been compromised one of your workstation, we can get evidences of the specific compromise, and we can even acquire information remotely through our web UI. As well as a Trellix EPO naman for centralized management of our solutions. So that's actually the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I have shown you Trellix portfolio. If you have any question on that also, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jezebel Labro, for sharing your knowledge and expertise when it comes to public-private partnership in cybersecurity. May we request again the Commander of CIS Service AFP as he will hand over the plaque of appreciation. And let me have the honor to read the citation of the plaque of appreciation. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Ms. Jezebel Labro as a subject matter expert on public-private partnership in cybersecurity, given this 26th day of September 2023 at AFP COC, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Signed, Marcos Yabes Imperio, Commodore, Philippine Navy, the Commander of CIS Service AFP. And by the way, as we have promised, there's still some prizes. However, we would like to invite our other speakers a while ago who have delivered their topics to be on stage for the before we go with the panel discussion.
Yes.
Para habang hinihintay po natin umakyat yung ating mga speaker, allow us to thank as well the sponsors.
May we request Mr. Robert Valencia.
Again, since ma'am is
May we request Mr. Robert Valencia?
if you're still here to be on stage. May also request Mr. Emilio Latina Pakulbit to be on stage.
Also, we would like to request Engineer Hazel May Garcia.
And may also request Mr. Glenn Ang, if he's still around, to be on stage for our panel discussion.
Yes, as well as Engineer Jose Carlos Pires, if you're still around, sir.
So you may take your seats. For the meantime, while they are seated on the stage, we would like to thank our sponsors for this event. Starting with Continent 8,
Microdata,
I1,
Pacific,
Infoban,
Exclusive Networks Incorporated,
MEC,
Solutions Partners Incorporated,
ComStores,
CyberCool,
Marove,
Beyond Data,
A1 Computing,
iTraverse,
WSI,
Stellar Cyber,
Redenta,
Revolve,
Citrix,
Cisco Systems Philippines, Ardent Networks Incorporated,
Bowman Technologies Incorporated,
Elbit Systems.
and Fortinet. Once
Yes.
again, thank you so much for our sponsors for this 2 days event. So by tomorrow, we're still encouraging that everyone who's actually here with us be with us again by tomorrow. So for those who do have questions in mind, our speakers are here in front of us. If you wanted to raise your questions about the topic that they have delivered a while ago.
Yes. So open up yung floor natin for your clarifications and questions. Kung hindi po kayo nabigyan ng mga giveaways nila sa mga booth, ito na po yung time. Para magtanong.
Baka po, yes, go ahead, Lieutenant Commander Tagupa.
Okay, first question is kay Mr. Robert Valencia. Regarding sa sir, are you willing to have a POC?
Yes, sir. Very willing. Low. Okay po, sir. Low. Yes, sir. Very willing, sir. Just visit us in our booth, or I'll give you, sir. I'll give you my contact details, sir, for POC.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. What's the name again, sir? Sorry.
Commander Tagupa, sir, from Deputy Commander of NICTC.
Nice meeting you, sir. Yes, very willing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And should there be any more questions, may itatanong pa po kayo?
Any questions from the group po?
Yes. Kung meron kayong questions sa ating host, pwede rin.
Aha.
Or baka gusto nyo pong mag-book?
Ano to, sir? Sideline na ba to?
Kung meron, nag-plug pa, no?
Anyone from the Coast Guard po? Baka you do have any questions so far from our panelists or from our group of speakers? Actually, sir, last year, medyo nag-ano rin sila, nag-bag talaga sila din ng mga maraming pa-premyo last time. Di ba? Tama po ako, mga sirs and ma'am.
Okay, so sige, pahapyawan na lang po natin. Pahapyawan na lang ng konti-konti lang. Mag-start tayo kay Sir Glenn. Sige po, magtatanong po kami ng konti. Para sa inyo po, on your own perspective, with your solutions, ano po yung sa tingin nyo yung pinaka-contribute nyo to the armed forces of the Philippines? Ano yung pinakamalaking pwede nyong ibigay out of your systems or solution?
So with that po, one of the biggest contribution we can give with the armed forces is to secure all the assets po. We can be sure that it won't be infected by ransomware on any infiltration of it. And in this po, we can guarantee that there will be a full security of your endpoints, your cloud, your identity when you use the solution. So yun lang po, So if you need to do some, like we asked, sir, so we are willing po, lahat kami dito, we are willing to do POCs, POVs, demos. So just let us know po, So we have naman po yung mga contacts nyo. So yun po, pinaka-contribution is to prevent us from being infected with ransomware. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, sige sir, ikaw naman.
So my question is actually, sir, with the government, we always have this factor in mind about the economical advantage that we could actually have coming from our proponents or from our
industry partners.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So do you think that with your company, is it really economically advantageous to the government with the services that you could offer?
Yeah, since Revolve Solutions is hello. Revolve Solutions is currently preparing to further our cybersecurity services. Like for example, we add a VAPT since before we don't have a VAPT services. So during our VAPT, we're going to check your web applications, especially since the web application is accessible externally, or your network. Since I think currently AFP is not using any centralized user manage or like IAM, identity access management. Yep. So maybe in the future, you can reach out Revolve Solutions and ask our assistants to assist you on any cybersecurity services you want. Thank you.
So, ayan po sa ating mga nasa back, at least makakaasa pala tayo sa Revolve na economically friendly when it comes to the financial aspect. So may karagdagan daw, syempre hindi magpapatalo yung isa natin dito ano.
Hi everyone, again Robert Valencia. Siguro, ang tinitingnan natin na value for any cybersecurity solution is simplicity ng management ng license. Once we get a license, ang gusto natin, hindi na yung kinakailangan na kumuha ako ng 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 licenses para lang mag-operate yung platform. With Stellar Cyber, you can get all key cyber operation security center solution technologies from the next generation SIEM, UEBA, threat intelligence. We also have what we call a malware sandbox. And all these 5 technologies blend in by our SOAR. All these under one license. So economical, yes, we can show you through our POC how economical the value of our platform. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Next naman, Engineer Hazel. Yes, okay. So, yung tanong po is, if you are trapped in an island, parang nalayo. Kala ko Miss Universe.
Kala ko tuloy, nasa Cyber Summit pa ba tayo nito, sir?
Okay, so sige po, engineer, para sa inyo po, what is your, sa tingin nyo po, on your solutions na present nyo kanina, ano yung pwede nyong pinaka-ma-contribute nyo sa Armed Forces of the Philippines or in the government of the Philippines as a whole?
Ayan. Good afternoon, everyone. So again, I'm Hayes Garcia. As for the solutions that we can offer with you, actually lahat naman po yun, sir. Okay, it's a matter of timing and then at the same time on the planning side because again, as I have mentioned earlier, SOC or NOC will take a journey. It doesn't happen a day or a 2 days event or a month. Definitely, it will take years for you to have that kind of stability. So in terms of it, we have to know first, what are your pain points? And then as we gather those kind of information, we will now be able to know what is our next steps on how are we going to manage and then at the same time secure the environment that you have. Because by the end of the day, like mga na-mention naman ng mga partners natin dito, mga speakers natin earlier, it's still on the discretion of the needs of the client. And then at the same time, it is on how are we going to have the kind of one platform on our environment. That's what matters naman po. So in terms of it, lahat naman, matters naman for the side of our solutions that we have with the Fortinet, but at the same time, it also matters rin naman for everyone. Ayan, thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, I think we do have online questions and let me read the first question and anyone could actually answer from the group. For emerging threat, what are some key factors contributing to the evolving threat landscape in cybersecurity?
Yes, okay.
Unahin natin naman si ma'am.
I think one of the key factors contributing to the evolving threat landscape in cybersecurity is their campaigns or their objective to be able to enter your environment. So they want to continuously evolve their tactics, techniques that they use for them to bypass what you have in your environment. So I think that's one thing that is contributing yung parang, let's say for example, their motivations on your environment. That motivates them also to be able to innovate their techniques just to be able to enter your environment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Anonymous.
Is
Ito,
there-
yung next question po natin.
Go ahead,
Are there any recent trends in ransomware attacks such as new techniques? Hindi ko pala nakita dito. Or industries being targeted that individuals and businesses should be aware of. So earlier, Engineer Hazel talked about ransomware. I think she is most siguro qualified na mag-answer nito.
Thank you. So for that naman po, actually, the trends itself maintain. Okay? It's a matter of how do they able to get those kind of information to us. So what are the methods being used? So if we are to know that kind of information, then definitely we will be able to stop those kind of threats on our network. Because by the end of the day, if we try to think as a threat actors itself, then definitely we'll be able to understand paano ba nila ginagawa, and then at the same time, ano yung objective nila. Kaya nga yung topic earlier, the ransomware attack, the financial gain doesn't stop there. It happens everywhere. It could be in the private sector or in the public sector. As long as it is there, then definitely there is the motivation. So dapat tayo, it's as a security defense on our environment, we also need to think out of the box. So yeah, thank you.
Ma'am, just a follow-up question. For example, AFP or other government organizations already have the platforms being used for the ransomware. If ever they will be able to avail the platforms or the applications being offered by your company, do you think that could be that could actually work with the existing platforms that that the government or the other industries are being they actually use?
Yes. Actually, that's a good question, sir. Then definitely on that part naman po, as one of our goals in our Fortinet itself, there are actually 3 goals. The broad visibility on the entire surface or the attack surface of the network. Second one is to provide the integration. Because as we all know, Fortinet isn't only the product being involved on each of the organizations. Marami po yan. May mga sabihin na natin Trellix, sabihin na natin mayroong Blanco or di kaya Cisco, etc. There's a lot of products. So in terms of it, if we want to have that kind of return of investment on our network, then definitely the main key that we need to take into consideration is the integration, and then followed by the automation. So in terms of the automation, definitely it already involves what we have keep on mentioning is the integration to the SOAR, integration to the SIEM, because those kind of solution, regardless of the brand, definitely they will need to support it. It has to be brand agnostic. Okay, so in terms of overall idea on it, then definitely yes, we can have that kind of integration that we needed on our network environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Because we always have in mind that it's really that we should be always economical. Kasi yun naman minsan nahirap po, di ba? Bili tayo ng bili. However, sometimes mamaya may bago na naman. Mamaya hindi pala nagko-compatible. So mahirap, panibago na namang management, panibago na namang maintenance system na kailangan gawin. So that's why we actually raised that one. Thank you very much for answering the question.
Okay, so yung
Moving
next
forward,
question
sir.
po, supply chain, can you explain the concept of a cyber supply chain attack and provide examples of such attacks that have had significant impacts on the organization? So, Mr. Emilio, sir.
Okay, so concept of a cyber supply chain attacks. So of course, cybersecurity most very important for the supply chain, especially today in the modern era. Of course, everyone is using the B2B platform like Shopee, Lazada. So everything is working on the ICT ICT field or ICT environment. For example, the IT products which is commonly using the communications, internet, especially. So, example of the real life example of cybersecurity supply chain attacks is happening on Philippine Airlines. So the third party IT vendor of Philippine Airlines has been compromised by the ransomware. I think it has happened last year of September. So, but good thing, the ransom or the malicious threat actor is only got the Mabuhay Miles members' details, but not their passwords. So, and then the third-party IT vendor has been already remediated the ransomware attack. So, yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So, before we continue, sa ating mga audience po, mayroon pa po bang tayong tanong sa ating mga nag-lecture kanina? Since nandito po sila, ito na po yung chance natin para maklarify yung mga doubts and should
Actually, sir, kasi nga medyo dahil tayo na sa IT world, at saka medyo minsan mahihain na talaga yung ating participants. That's the reason why if you do really have some questions and you have this shyness to deliver the questions, you could just log on the slido.com, #5872, or if not, you could actually, if the capacity of your mobile phones could still scan the QR code, you may do it so. Kung medyo nahihiya-hiya po tayo. So moving forward with the other questions, how resilient is your workforce to cyber risks? Who would be able to answer that one? Sino po kaya sa ating mga mga
Sino po yung gustong
speaker?
sumagot? Saan ba ito yung last? How resilient is your workforce to cyber risk?
Or maybe we could rephrase that. Maybe the platforms you are selling could really be how resilient it is for the cyber risk.
Mr. Glenn, can you answer?
So how resilient are the platform? Siguro we can say it's resilient enough to detect po, no? Because all of the platforms are built in with AI already. With the combination of everything we have collected. Siguro it's the best way we can see it's visible already po. No? So how to respond, how to automate, and how to look at every threat. So maybe we can say it's resilient enough to protect us from most of the threats of now. Why we say most of the threats is because, again, most of my fellow panelists here are constantly saying, and we are all observing, it constantly changes po kasi, no? So this is what we can say. So it's most likely resilient as of this time, but we need to evolve also. Yeah. So thank you po.
I think naman talaga, sir, when it comes to technology, there's really an involvement of technology. Kaya talaga, dapat laging updated tayo. That's the reason why we always conduct this kind of cybersecurity summit.
Yes, para to cope up to the ever fast changing technology. So, okay pa ba tayo?
Sir, baka medyo I think we have to move forward naman. Para medyo magising-gising, magfarapol muna tayo ng kauntian,
sige
di ba,
nga,
sir?
sige.
At di ba kung gumanda po yung itikunin ko lang yung ating prize?
Kahit tatlo lang siguro, para gising lang yung mga dugo natin. So,
Ito yun
pwede
naman
ba
talaga,
natin?
sir, yung iniintay ng ating mga participants din.
Yes, okay. So yung ating pong gift check ngayon is worth 500 pesos.
Yes po.
Yes, okay.
It's worth 500 pesos. Pero isa
Uy,
na po.
meron na.
Meron agad.
Si Lieutenant Commander Gonzales, ma'am, congratulations. Pero siya po ay wala dito?
Nandito pa po ba si Lieutenant Commander Gonzales? Philippine
Wala.
Navy?
Wala na. Wala siguro si ma'am.
So,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and okay, sige. Next.
muli po yung mananalo nito, you could approach the booth number 18 of I1.
Yes, okay, sige. Congratulations to Lemuel Lapada. Wala
Nandito
din.
po ba?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wala. Okay, sige, isa pa.
Then moving forward, Sergeant Anthony Felizardo, Philippine Army. Again,
Congratulations.
calling the attention of Sergeant Felizardo.
Ayun, okay.
Andito po.
Akala ko magbe-bring me na tayo eh. Okay, congratulations. Sige, meron pang isa.
Congratulations, sir. Moving forward, another winner for worth 500 pesos is no other than ako na yata yan, sir.
Armando A. Angeles. So kung ikaw man po ay nandito,
Andito pa po ba si Mr. Armando Angeles?
4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, wala siya.
Moving on. Sige ho, paikutin lang natin ang ruleta hanggang mahilo siya.
Yes, si Cheriza Luis Villanueva.
Again, winner is Charissa Luis Villanueva.
Congratulations to you. And,
Nandito po.
Nandito pala si ma'am. Okay. Congratulations po. Yan po ay ma-redeem nyo sa booth
Number 18 po
number 18.
ng
Booth
I1.
number 18 ng I1.
So yung iba po nating mababait pa dyan, pwede pa rin pong humabol bukas. Andito yung sa taga Fortinet kung hindi ako nagkakamali, si ating isang Madam Beautiful dyan. Ang kasunod po nating winner is Laris B. Solis. Talagang aakyat na siya si ma'am. Baka sabi niya malimutan
Ready
daw,
na,
di
oo.
maibigay.
Congratulations
ma'am.
po. Ipakita niyo yung prize nyo.
Moving on,
Sige, meron pang isa.
may isa pa tayo, sir.
Yes. Congratulations, Kai.
Nomer M. Pascual.
Mr.
Again, Nomer M. Pascual.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wala. Okay, sige, next. Apprentice Seaman Senior, Philippine Navy.
Again, Apprentice Siemens, Peter Samuel Berhel, G. Senior of Philippine Navy. Andito na pala.
Yun.
Ready.
Congratulations. Ang bilis.
Congratulations, sir.
Okay, congratulations. Mariredeem yan sa booth number 18 ng I1. Congratulations sa lahat ng winners natin.
So, sir, dahil meron pa pong tayong question a while ago,
Yes, okay. May
ititira muna natin ating 1,000 peso. Okay, balikan muna natin yung question, sir.
Okay. What are the potential limitations or risk associated with relying on AI and machine learning in cybersecurity? And how can the organization mitigate these concerns? Who talked about AI kanina? Si Sir? Yes, sir.
Again, I'm Robert Valencia. Siguro isa sa mga nakikita natin na potential na problem sa AI is dun sa mga open AI base. Pag open AI base kasi, meaning lahat pwede mag-contribute. AI is based on data, especially machine learning. Pwede i-contaminate yung algorithm ng mga data. Kunyari, may intention ako. ChatGPT, for example, they're a good technology. Pero yung data nila based sa open community. So yung lahat ng tatanong natin sa kanila were answered previously by people na may genuine interest to answer questions or may write-up sila na in-upload sa community. So sa cybersecurity, good thing with our platform, they are very controlled. The algorithms that we use are based on the data that we think, because we have data scientists on our back. Those data scientists assess, pick those data that is relevant to our platform. Kaya kung meron man potential na mga risk sa mga AI base is more on dun sa mga AI, but we don't disregard yung potential na pwede ring ma-contaminate yung data algorithm namin. Kaya we consistently, our data scientists, they consistently analyze yung mga algorithms that we release to our customers, and those algorithms are make sure na wala siyang vulnerability.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Hopefully na-answer na yung question ng ating texter.
And now
Okay.
maybe the last questions
Yes,
for
I think
this
ito na yung last na
session.
question
What challenges or barriers often arise when establishing and maintaining public-private partnerships in cybersecurity, and how can this be overcome?
Yes, I think si Miss Labro. Yeah, you can answer.
Yeah, so for the challenges naman and barriers, this is according to the study ni ENISA when it comes to public and private partnership cooperative model. One of the challenges is the trust. That's the major barrier talaga when it comes to maintaining a public and private or creating or joining into a public and private partnership, because it involves, one is information sharing. So that involves confidential informations coming from the public and private entities for confidential informations coming from public and private entities, the IOCs, the intelligence sharing. So it will be involved on the public and private partnership. So without trust, they really can't work on harmony. So how can we overcome it? One is to have an agreement on what they should and should not do. So they can create a non-disclosure agreement for us to just to establish that they can trust private entities for their informations, and we will not be exploiting those informations, sharing it on the sharing it on organizations or anyone that is not concerned with or that's not involved in the partnership. So I think that's one barrier when it comes to public-private partnership, the trust.
Okay, thank you very much. I think yun na yung last na question natin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we give a round of applause to our brilliant ICT partners na nandito sa stage natin ngayon? Okay, they have answered the questions. Yes, sir.
So yun na yun, sir. So maraming salamat sa ating mga great speakers for this afternoon. At syempre, before we really culminate this activity, yung pinakaintay po na 1,000 peso cash voucher, nakangiti na talaga yung iba nating kasama. So ayan po, nag-ready na agad yung ating
Yes, sige.
Kulata.
I-roll
Sino
natin
na
yung
ho
ating
kaya yung mapalad na mananalo ng
1,000.
nagtag 1,000 for this afternoon? So, sa amin lang po pinapalala, hindi po yung katapusan ng araw na ito ng ating summit. We still encourage you to be with us tomorrow. And our first winner for the 1,000 cash voucher, worth of 1,000 Gcash, is no other than
PO First Pangnibatan, Philippine Navy. Congratulations. Ang galing naman. Meron ka ng pang-grocery. Yeah. Okay, so next tayo, meron pa ba?
meron pa ho tayong isa. Sino na kayo mapalad na makakatanggap nitong natitira natin? So ito yung mga patikim pa lang po ngayon. Sana bukas nandito pa ho kayo. Because our last winner for this day is no other than Mr. Anthony M. Cortez. Again, Anthony M. Cortez. On the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wala. Okay, sige. Next tayo. Kung wala pa.
So habang nag-ikot po yung ruleta, again, we're encouraged you to be with us again for tomorrow's second day of the Afp Cybersecurity Summit 2023.
Cesar Louis Peralta. Andito ba si Sir? Sir Peralta, sir? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wala si Sir Louis.
Moving on. Ang dami at nananalangin na ngayon, sir. Sa akin mapupunta to. So kaya po bukas, wag kayong mawawala because there's still lots of prizes that will be given away by tomorrow ng ating nagbubutihin at nagagandahang mga proponents na nandyan sa labas.
Yes, okay. Congratulations to
Airman First Class Janal Aberin, Philippine Air Force.
Biro mo yun? Ikaw pala yun?
The last lucky winner for this afternoon. So with this, before we really conclude, may we request our commander of CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines to join here on stage for the photo opportunity with our lecturer, our speaker for this afternoon. And may we request to stand by all the other officers after them. So please stand by for the photo ops. May we request you to move forward after the pictorial so that may we now request our officers, the other officers from the Coast Guard, from the Philippine Army, Philippine Air Force, and Philippine Navy to be with our speakers as well as with the commander of CIS Service AFP. May we request other officers and from the other sector of our government. And afterwards, we request to stand by our other visitors around. Pwede po dito kayo sa baba,
Sa baba
sir.
po, sa baba. Pwede din po
Para
dito sa
makita
baba.
lalo yung mga kagwapuhan nyo at kagandahan. Ayan. Lulubog po yung barko natin pag wala dito sa kabila. Sir, may you transfer on the other side? Ano ba sila? Ikaw na rin, sir?
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, magkita-kita po tayo ulit bukas sa ating second day of our AFP Cybersecurity Summit 2023.
We've been your host for this first day of the Afp Cyber Summit. My name is again is Jay.
Yes, and I am Ronald too.
Looking forward to see you again by tomorrow. Have a great afternoon.
Mabuhay ang Armed Forces of the Philippines at mabuhay.
Oh,
Tayong lahat.
may pahabol daw po pala. Kasi nakahabol po yung kanilang same day edit. Maybe we request you to please sit back and relax as we will see the prepared same day edit para at least makita nyo na ihabol naman daw po. You may take your seats again po. Masyado lang kami na-excite kasi alas 5 na siya. So maybe you could take a seat and still let's enjoy the same day edit video prepared.
Yes, okay, so roll VTR.
Wow, may nagsisimula maglakad oh. Sino kaya yon?
So, what motivated us is para madagdagan yung kaalaman namin sa cybersecurity. As we, sa ngayon kasi dinedevelop namin sa organization ng Philippine Coast Guard yung cybersecurity namin. So, mahalaga sa amin yung lahat ng knowledge na makukuha namin sa summit na to para ma-apply namin siya sa organization.
For this Cybersecurity Summit 2023, expect na see a lot of government agencies, including Philippine National Police, NBI, Coast Guard, and business partners that supply cybersecurity solutions and ICT partners as well.
Well, actually, in this modern world, we're all now dealing with systems. So our priority right now actually is the redevelopment of our existing hospital information system that will, as I said earlier, to be more accurate in monitoring the status of our patients.
Right now, we are faced with yung pa rin mga traditional cyber crimes and also those things that are state-sponsored and highly organized cyber crimes. Those are the things that we have to address, not just individually, but as collectively, especially in our government and also in our nation.
I encourage everyone to engage actively and foster collaboration. The success of mission depends on the synergy of our efforts, uniting the public and private sectors, academia, and government agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests,
fellow digital citizens joining us physically here and those online, to our partners in other government agencies, to our industry partners, to our soldiers, airmen, sailors, marines, and cyber.
Once again, seeing you by tomorrow again. Our name is Sergey.
Yes, and I am Ferns. Magkita-kita po tayo ulit bukas sa ating second day ng ating AFP
Cybersecurity Summit 2023.